Good afternoon, technically. I guess it's 5 minutes past noon. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. First of all, I'd like to go ahead and apologize for today's stream being 2 hours late. Had to shuffle a few things around. Fortunately, we still get to stream for the same duration today. I just had to shift it back 2 hours, but fortunately it means I don't have to, end the stream at 4 p.m. Now I can end it around like 6-ish. So, we might get like 6 hours of streaming in today. So I apologize that it was pushed back a little bit, but you're not getting any less stream, so that's good. I had to quickly go ahead and grab breakfast/lunch from McDonald's, and I swear to God, they pressure cook this coffee because why the hell is this like 20 trillion degrees? I can't even sip it yet. Anyway, that'll have to wait, I guess. I was crazy once. Hi, Emphatic Water, and Tenshi and Unlucky Historian. Good afternoon, everybody. We will be continuing... Hold up. Let me make sure this actually works. Because we were playing Factorio yesterday, so let me... Hold on. There we go. I'm gonna bring that down to like 30%. Alright, we are continuing the Brittany campaign from... I think I streamed this on Tuesday? Was that Tuesday or Monday? I actually don't remember at this point. Definitely wasn't Wednesday, I'm pretty sure. Well, in any case, we're continuing the Brittany campaign, where at the end of the last stream we had an enormous W. As you can see, it is 1446. We have control over most of France and all of England, nearly all of Ireland. Man is independent. I actually don't even know how that happened, but whatever. We're also on the new... the 1.1.5 beta update. So, we're going to take a look at some of the things that changed. I think it was yesterday that it came out. We'll see, how it affects today's campaign. Pressure cooked coffee, yummy. Well, I mean, it has to be, right? It's the only way they can make it super quick, but then, like, you can't even drink it for like the first 30 minutes you have this coffee. It's incredibly hot. Yeah, that's gonna burn my tongue. Never mind. I'll try again in 20 minutes. When's Smallbit coming back? That's a good question. I didn't forget that I have the model. I just forget to think about the possibility of using it, if that makes sense. France made me rage bait and now I'm dumping my frustrations on them campaign. True, however, at the same time, France no longer exists, so like, what do we even do at this point? Where's my son? Hi, Sav. By son, hopefully you don't mean France, because France is dead, but Smallbit may make another appearance on the channel at some point. It is possible. It could happen. But yeah, we're looking pretty decent here, I think. We're the number 6 great power. We have almost all the lowlands too. That's France's fault. France and England's fault. And then, if I remember correctly, we might be cooked. But not that cooked. Didn't they fixed the AI not declaring war while they have a coalition CB, right? Maybe not a great time for them to fix that. Maybe not. It'll be fine, probably. Burgundy is surely Saf's son. Could be. Don't worry, Burgundy's still alive. There are 2 Burgundys, actually. There's this Burgundy and there's this Burgundy. Which one's the real Burgundy? We'll have to find out. So, let me see here. I'm gonna do a quick unpause. Well, before then, we can see obviously they changed something here. We used to be moving 1 towards belligerent each month. And I think they changed something. Am I over fort limit? Hold on. How would I be over fort limit? I don't even have that many forts. Okay, we will get rid of this fort. Let's have a month pass by and see what happens. Who is this? Ooh, yeah, no, you're staying in the cabinet. That's fine. Okay. So they changed something here, because we used to be pushing 1 towards this at the end of the last stream. That's actually what gave us just enough war score cost reduction to annex England. It's technically 3 if you count Franche-Comté. True, but is it called Burgundy? See, this is Burgundy, this is Franche-Comté. Might be a fake Burgundy, possibly. How'd you get all that Diplo capacity? Well, let's take a look. Kingdom rank +2, base value, embassies, we have 4 of them. We're a great power, we have diplomatic traditions, and we have these things. That's how. Not too sure if we're going to be able to maintain all this, but we'll see. Someone at the end of the last stream said something like, okay, time for the next 300 years of nothing but consolidation. And they're kind of right, if I'm being real. Like, what am I even going to do at this point? Actually, before I mess anything up too much, let me take a look at those patch notes. EU5 1.1.5 Bid update. That was yesterday, right? What did you change? The ruler general policy now allows female leaders if your ruler is a woman. Based. Pirate stronghold problems. The Pope can now rival countries that aren't Catholic? What the fuck? Fixed an issue with revolters claiming all levies. They're trying to tweak the HRE a little bit, I think. Okay, but clearly they changed more things than they said they changed. Because I'm looking at this, and this is not the way that it used to be. Well, oh, maybe when you're at war you get like plus 0.2 or something. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. Never mind. Are you gonna put your capital on the coast finally? You say that as if it hasn't been on the coast for the past 4 streams. What do you mean? Dev Diary yapping stream. No. We'll actually play. How are you number 6 great power with that much land under your control? I don't know. The rest of the great powers are probably in China or in Asia because they just have more pops. Oh, also, it might be from the trade thing. Remember at the end of last stream, we were like, hey, why are we not doing trade? That's weird. I guess they fixed that too, didn't they? Because now we're actually trading. That's good. And yet, I am broke. And I'm broke because we are spending on... Actually, can't I tax more? No. I guess it's just the legitimacy. Okay, not a big deal. Yeah, we don't need you on that anymore. Let's go ahead and maybe use the commoners for a quick second. And we can open this up and do absolutely nothing, I think. Actually, we can balance the budget. I would love to balance the budget right now. Because we made a little mistake with the inflation last time. Just a cheeky little bit of inflation there. Although apparently it didn't matter. Apparently inflation doesn't affect, like, the cost of court or something? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I don't think so, though. Oh, Parliament, yeah, uh-huh. I love being a great power and having hegemonies and having to pay out the ass for them. That's lovely. I like doing that. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. New policy. Religious teachings, those are still fine. I feel like, honestly, at some point, they should rework some of the laws to be a little more competitive. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sure it'll be fine. Actually, out of curiosity, what's the worst they could do to me? They want Essen. Isn't that like over here? Is this one territory that I got for some reason? That I don't actually care about? What is the worst you could do? Release Normandy? Don't do that. War reps to Cologne? Liberate Westphalia? Don't do that. I'd pay you, though. That's not too bad. I'd pay you and I'd offer you humiliate. Dude. I love cheesing peace deals. World War III, more like peace in our time. Am I right? I love cheesing peace deals so much. Actually, can I pay you, like, some other amount? 895 ducats. A bit of prestige. And Essen. Damn, that's crazy. Save your pops for another day? Exactly. Exactly. Damn, that's crazy. Well, anyway. Okay, so coalitions might not be real in this game. This is possible. I'm not gonna fight the war. Like, what would I gain from fighting that war? It's a coalition war. So if I want to take any land or anything, I'd have to pay 70 trillion war score for 2 towns and a farm. For content? Okay, I guess so. You make a fair point. Anyway, as I was saying, they should really make these a little more competitive. You know, because I feel like most of the time it's just throw on religious teachings, get the 5% literacy for everybody, and you're chilling. And maybe that's a little too easy to pick. Okay, so maybe inflation actually does affect how much you pay for the automated costs now. Or the whatever you call them, the crown costs. Still making less than 10 ducats on trade, by the way. I don't even know what to do with this information. Why? How? Why? Why is money not real? Why is trade not real? We're doing so much trade too, you just make no money. Is it like the maintenance? Am I paying out the ass on maintenance? I mean, yes, but using 1 trade capacity gives the total transport cost of half a ducat. Damn. Yeah, that's pretty bad, actually. That's half a ducat on every single trade capacity used. Damn. You have a lot of trade maintenance reduction? I have no trade maintenance reduction. Trade might as well not exist for us. Okay, so in that case, is it worth it to give the burgers trade capacity? Because, like, they don't pay trade maintenance, do they? Hold on, where do you get your money from? You get your money from income from lack of control. Man, they don't make they don't make any money off of trade either. No one makes money off of trade. We are all broke. We are broke as hell. Build trade offices? I've been trying that, but every trade office takes like 300 years to recoup the cost of the trade office. Like, I've been building them around here. Well, I was at least. I guess now that I own it, can't really do that as much. Here, I'll drop like 3, like maybe a handful in Italy. They make trade money in Italy, right? And the craziest part is we have 45% crown power. Our trade income is plus 45%. Gotta check your trade advantage. Well, I know I'm not gonna have any trade advantage in other markets. Unusually shaped Denmark. They're just forming Denmark, Germany. Where do you rank in each market? Probably towards the bottom. Yeah, there's like no trade advantage anywhere. If I decide to build the trade offices, did I get trade advantage? Yes. Okay, so maybe we do need to build more trade offices. That is not in the market I want it to be in. What about the overseas? Oops. Overseas trading post. Ooh, only Morocco? Okay, well. We can build like a handful, I guess. See how that goes. Make high-cost goods like books? Yeah, well that's the thing, like we're probably gonna be an export economy. Just because we have actual people. With an actual economy. Speaking of which, I do need to start building things. Not trade offices. And you guys are now fine. So actually, we're gonna do this. Yeah. Am I spending on stability? No. Good. Okay, so what's gonna make me some money? In any market. Firearms. We love firearms. Not enough for them to be profitable, though. Never mind. 0.1. That is depressing. Okay, anything else? Tools. We always need tools. Yeah, let's build some more of those. Not too many, otherwise it'll decrease. Decrease. Or depress the price. Cannons. Profit. Income. Oh. Wait. You sort by income. Right, okay. We'll build like 2 in the capital. Paper. A few horses. Probably the best we can do. Lower the cost of court? Well, we're not going to lower it at this point. Like, we're at maximum. Oh, lovely. If we push plutocracy for higher trade efficiency, then we should be fine. Yeah, the thing is, if we lower the cost of court, it doesn't really change much until we start losing legitimacy. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. Well, wait a second, it's only... Wait a minute. Legitimacy only gives you 10% crown power? Wait. Wait. Did they change this? I swear it used to be 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium. This wasn't always 10% crown power. That can't be right. What if I do drop it? Wait a second. Has it always been like this? Are you supposed to sit at 50 legitimacy? Because I never do. I always max it out. Thank you for that, Aragon. What is this? Oh, well, what am I going to do about that? Yeah, you guys are fine. I just changed your culture. Actually, that's not what's wrong with you. That is not what's wrong with you. Yeah, we're gonna have to lock in. My subjects are not having a very good time. Go crazy on wood and tool production. Yeah, that does lower the cost. That is true. But, I mean, okay, so wood and tool production, I don't know why I typed it in there. First of all, it's lumber, not wood. But... yeah, I mean, like, we can make a whole bunch of lumber, make a whole bunch of tools, but the tools, they require iron, and do we have enough iron? We have some iron. It is being produced. Okay, well, yeah, we'll do that. Lumber mill. We'll slap it down pretty much anywhere. Well, preferably not the capital or anywhere I want to turn into a town. Like, what do we have here? Actually, yeah, we have a lot of peasants in here. You like producing iron? Well, guess what? You're gonna start making some wood. Sawmill? You can build sawmills anywhere now? I swear that's new. You used to only be able to build those in lumber RGOs, right? But I mean, hey, I'll take it. Did they change this too? No. Okay. We can only make a few of these. Okay, so my subjects are not very happy with me. I'm gonna improve relations with the most disloyal ones. Yeah. The clock is ticking. My new subjects are starting to realize that Brittany is actually not that big. And there are a lot of subjects. Sorry, I had to cough. We have a lot of subjects, and it's kind of a problem. They're starting to realize. Okay, well, these ones have increased liberty desire because I changed their stuff, I think. But the ones down here that have liberty desire, I think it's because they just don't like me very much. Didn't you want to annex Normandy? I am annexing Normandy. It's gonna take a while, but... Normandy and... No, we just finished annexing this guy, never mind. Speaking of which, ooh, that is certainly some proximity. That's definitely something. I do also want to annex this guy. More diplo capacity, we're so back. By any chance, can I get like a subject loyalty thing in here? Maybe. That would be nice. Oh, also, we have done a little bit of exploring. Let's keep going. I'm going to assume that Castile already has those, but I will explore them anyway. You know, I feel like the exploration system could also be a little bit reworked. We'll touch on that in a second, though. How to improve proximity? I built roads, but I don't see improvement. It's important to look at the proximity and see, like, how things are already calculated. So, for example, let's see. So between here and the capital, there's actually a river, right? So if you build a road from here to here, it's not going to improve it, because the river's already doing a lot of work. So there's that. Roads would generally be the way that you improve your proximity spread. I actually don't know... Oh, that's interesting. Anyway, generally it's roads. Rivers can be like free roads, at least in early game. And after that, it's up to naval proximity for coasts. You build up maritime presence. Oops, don't move. And then, finally, we have the new local governor system, which we haven't implemented here yet. We don't have any local governors, but we're going to put one in here. You can only put them in cities, and the local ones and the naval ones are actually separate. So we're going to have one local one here, and we're going to have a naval one in Bordeaux. And then we're probably going to also put, well... I might move this one from here into Paris once we actually annex Paris, because they make a lot more money. But and then after that is just researching tech. You can get better roads, etc. Proximity cost reduction. There's also, like, we picked up harbor administration, which reduces the proximity through port. Proximity cost through port. Actually, how much crown power do I have? I have, let's see, 30... I have way too much for putting someone in the cabinet to matter. Okay, so we'll put anyone in the cabinet. How far away are you from the Celtic Empire? Don't you have all the land? Okay, so we have a good chunk of the land. We don't have all of it, because there's still Alba or Scotland, right? Oh, I guess they let you form France when you destroy France. What do you know? Anyway, to form Celtica, though, we actually need to directly own this stuff. And this is all stuff owned by subjects. Right, maybe it's easier to visualize what we have going on if I do this. We do that. So now you can see that these are all subjects, right? Yeah. We need to directly own all this stuff. I guess we could vote on this. Does it really matter? I wonder why anybody would even vote no on these. Well, actually, if you spawned an institution and you kind of want to gatekeep it, then I guess. I'll vote yes. I think one that you would probably vote no on is maybe this one, if you don't want to accelerate the HRE speed. Reforms passing. Can we show cultures? Sure. Things are looking very Breton these days. There are currently 2.3 million Bretons in the world. But I also feel like assimilation in this game kind of goes too fast. Like, you don't even really have to make targeted efforts to assimilate. You can just point to a subject and say, please become Breton, and they say, aye, Captain. And then within like 20 years, half of their country is now culturally Breton. It's within like one generation, everyone becomes Breton. Because I think, like, in the late game, when you sort of get towards things like... When you get towards things like, you know, you get the French Revolution, you get sort of like the birth of nationalism, kind of, well, not really, you know, but work with me here. In a sense, kind of like the birth of nationalism. And then, like, for example, the way that it was under Napoleon, right? That they tried to standardize French, like the language more. And that did also a lot for, like, regional cultural erasure. It's not realistic, but is it fun? Okay. Good point. I will offer the argument that it definitely adds an extra layer that is more difficult to deal with if you don't have as quick assimilation. Is it fun? Well, I guess it depends on the person. Whether or not you get to convert everything to your culture within the first 200 years. Or whether you have to, like, deal with cultural minorities for much longer. You know? Which side of the spectrum you decide is more fun is kind of up to you. But I will suggest that it could offer more of like a later gameplay loop, maybe. Like, well, it changes the entire gameplay loop, where in the early game, or early to mid, you sort of have to deal with regional cultures more. Like, they might demand more concessions, it might be more like internal gameplay as well. And then, like much later in the game, they can actually introduce that as a mechanic in late game as well to make that interesting, maybe. I don't know. think Paradox dug themselves into a corner here. If they nerf assimilation, then suddenly coring provinces is impossible. That's also true. I think I advocated a little while back for the idea that what was it? Cores should not grant you control, so like they should be less impactful. And then like it wouldn't matter as much. Like if cores are a little less relevant, then the fact that you can't core as much isn't as big of a deal. Okay, we have tons of money. Let's start building things. We can build these up and these up. Yeah, more tools, and we want more lumber mills. Yeah, let's do a little quick one of these. Rural settlement for sure. We'll stack them up a little bit. Actually, what infrastructure can I build? You can build temples. We can build libraries. Is this one location in a different market? What the hell? Okay, anyway. Let's see. Sawmills? No. Universities. We should build universities. Universities demand books, and they're also expensive, so I can spend money on them. Also granaries, yes, rather. We should get more granaries. How far are we planning to expand? Good question. What the hell is this? Free war against Alba? I love free wars. Oh, they started this war. Yeah, okay, sure. I probably won't have to do anything, so it's fine. I'm pretty sure they can just take this stuff. It'll be theirs. And then my English and Welsh subjects can go into Elba and fight them. So in terms of expanding our borders, I would like to get to the borders of France, kind of, and maybe a little further than that. Maybe the, what they called the natural borders of France. Or whatever that was about. That wasn't even a Napoleon thing, was it? The so-called natural borders of France? I feel like that was earlier than Napoleon. That came later. Never mind. My bad. But yeah, we might go for something like that. And then just colonize and stuff. Because, yeah, okay, we could take over Castile, we could take over Iberia, we could go into Italy, we could even... No, we definitely could take over all of Europe, right? The question is, do I feel like doing that? Well, that's nice. Random Breton event that gives you plus 20 cultural influence and tradition for Breton. It's always been an interesting event because this is an equilibrium. So like, if we get plus 20, it's gonna start taking down. I actually don't know what the point is. Make Britain Canada? We probably will. The thing is, like, we have so many pops. You know what we could do? No, maybe the game wouldn't let me do this. But we could create, like, actual Canada. Like, because we have England and we have France. So we're gonna send the French pops to Quebec, and we're gonna send to, well, yeah, the French pops can go to Quebec and, like, New Brunswick. And, like, a little bit into Ontario, maybe a bit into Northern Ontario, just a touch. And then we're gonna send all of the English pops into the rest of Canada. But I don't think we can actually do that anymore. And then we'll also have Scotland, so we can send the Scottish pops into Nova Scotia. And we'll send the Irish pops into Newfoundland. Send the British pops to Quebec and the French pops to the rest. Okay, so is there even a consequence to having low legitimacy? Like, oh no. I lose 5% crown power. What will I do? It's cooked. It's over. I don't know why it's free to just not pay for that. Send the Irish to the Andes so they can have potatoes. Don't you get bad events or disasters if it's too low? Okay, that's true. But if we keep it at like 50... That swarm is nasty. It's just like a little... Just a little thing. Okay, we can take this. What am I gonna take from Scotland? I'm gonna take the Isles. And the Hebrides. And that. And that. And this. Does anyone care? Not really. Yeah, that's probably fine. It kind of sucks that I'm gonna end up giving the Pale, like, infinite land. It's gonna take forever for us to actually annex Ireland. That's gonna suck. Conquer land, releases vassals, enforce culture, grant independence, rinse and repeat to make Europe Britain. It seems like a cruel and unusual punishment. Let me guess, you're gonna have another subject in Scotland? You know me so well. Wish I could grant territory to my subject's subject. That would be cool. Well, you know what? The Pale, they're just gonna have to manage Ireland for me. I don't actually care that much. It'll take forever to integrate them, but oh well. Now for Scotland, we are going to split you into a couple of pieces. We do have a historical subject. I guess we'll pop this one out. We'll pop this one out. Yeah, they have like no proximity. Oh well. Not my problem. Yeah, sure, might as well do that. Alright, Moray, you can have this. And you can have that. And then... what culture is this subject? Norse Gale, really? Norse Gale? What about you? Island. Okay, you know what? You can have this. Okay, and then you can have that. Congrats. It's beautiful. Does anybody care about this? Not really. Norse Gale is OP. Yeah, because then you get Scandinavian and you also get Gaelic. Or Celtic. And British? Yo. Okay, maybe that is correct. Celtic, Scottish, and British. That's Highland. What am I? I'm dumb as hell. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Celtic, Scottish, British, and Scandinavian. That's crazy. We got Mr. Worldwide over here. That is really good, though. What do the culture groups actually give you? I kind of forget. I guess they kind of like you a little bit more. Well, they cost less cultural capacity, don't they? Yeah, from a shared culture group. That's crazy. Speaking of culture groups, we could go ahead and probably accept Ancien. We should probably seek to tolerate a lot of them, but... yeah, no, we're gonna do this. And this also isn't too bad to accept. And then we can tolerate that. And there we go. We are pretty much exactly at 0. Don't accept Francia. I'm sorry. It is what it is. They'll still assimilate, it's fine. There we go, bunch of cores. Who could get mad at getting a bunch of cores? Okay, I do actually want to start integrating a second subject, and that's going to be you. 1470, you say? Lovely. Okay, maybe I integrate Barry first, or maybe I integrate you first. 22% proximity. It is cooked. But if I integrate you, I know that we're going to integrate Normandy, and we are going to get this here. Oh.
All membership card holders will have their home locations vassalized by Quarbit in this run.
Hold on, that's a dono. I have to open the dono thing. Because it doesn't pop up. Although I think I know who it is. Hold on. Let me go to my dashboard and check. Never mind me when it doesn't tell me. What? Okay, well I have to say thank you for the dono. First of all, I have to go find out who sent the dono. It's either stream elements or it's... hold on. Professional streamer, by the way. It's with Streamlabs, not Stream Elements. Except for the cores and culture convert everything to Breton. Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're doing. We get cores and then they slowly become Breton anyway. Although it's actually a lot faster if you just make your subjects Breton. Professional VTuber, by the way, yeah. Thank you very much, Surlim HNV, for the $1 tip. There we go. One of these days, I'm going to remember to keep that open at the start of the stream. Event donation cited. I wish I lived in more enlightened times. -1 stability. I wish I lived in a time where my streamer would remember things. Would remember to, like, fix the dono button. Not the button, the screen pop-up. We need a mod that gives you -7 stability when you get donations. Monkey's Paw Curls. Minimum donation amount, $200. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Here, I'm gonna keep the cost of court at, like, 25. Does uniting your culture group even do anything in the late game? I was always curious about that. Well, from what I've heard, it does do something. You get a new culture group, and it absolutely destroys your cultural, influence and tradition. That's kind of what it does. And I think you have to assimilate everyone into it too. I don't really want any of these things. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna go to war again. That's the thing. Am I really gonna keep on expanding? I have the Diplo capacity, but... Oh yeah, I was gonna change that, wasn't I? I was gonna swap away from diplomatic traditions, because we have enough Diplo capacity now. I might actually do that. And swap it with what exactly? Can I decrease my spending or my maintenance, trade maintenance? Universal serfdom. We do love serfdom. We do like serfdom. Increased crown power, peasant power reduction. Well, we don't really need the increased crown power. We have a lot. Monthly progress towards serfdom is currently sitting at very low. Serfdom for the French. The serfs are but a flock, and the nobility are the shepherds, or something. I'm sure that's what they thought back then. There really isn't much else, if I'm being honest. Feudal nobility for subject loyalty? Eh. Oh yeah, can't I tax you more? Didn't I give you that? Or maybe that's something else. Yeah, I could give them manorial courts, actually. That wouldn't be too bad. It increases their influence, but it also gives them plus 5% maximum tax. And that wouldn't be too bad. Universal serfdom is strong. I feel like it wouldn't even be too relevant, though. Let's break it down. So we get the crown power. We already have a lot of crown power. A lot of that is from people in the cabinet serving in positions, though, so maybe it would be nice to have a more permanent source of additional crown power. The peasant power reduction's not super relevant because they already have like no power. Monthly progress towards serfdom, I guess, isn't horrible. It's not bad. Can use it for more privileges. That is true. That is true. Okay. Yeah, we love serfdom. And the Diplo capacity was barely touched. It's fine. Oh, and then actually, do I want to keep this? So common militias increases the demand for weapons, which is like an economic motivator. Other than that, though, I'm pretty sure we don't even really need to raise that many levies when we go to war. I think we are thoroughly the strongest power in Europe. We have 61,000 levies. Okay, sorry. 54,000 levies. Hold on, what did I just see from Castile, though? Hold on, pause. How many levies is that? Okay, we're gonna keep the levies. Never mind. We're not changing that. Never mind. Serfdom makes you happier, right? The nobles? Yeah. Oh, and increases peasant levy size. And increases recovery. That's pretty good. Peasant enfranchisement is super strong, is it? Strong in what way? Like, it just changes how much money goes to the commoners, right? So I guess generally you can tax the commoners more? But if we can increase taxes on the nobility, I mean, it's not that bad, right? If we go to the nobility here and we say, hey, do you want manorial courts? It increases the maximum tax for the nobles. Wait, I didn't get rid of this, did I? I have a sneaking suspicion that at one point, I decided to get rid of manorial courts. Maybe we actually don't touch that. You can tax them more, plus they were empowered less than the nobles if they had the wealth. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's wealth in the hands of more people. Less centralized, less able to act upon it. Screw it, I'll take the religious influence. I actually kind of do want that. We're gonna be chill for a bit, I think. Maybe a little less war. Minus 5% cabinet efficiency, though. I mean, that's not that bad. This guy has plus 90%. Okay, let's build more. We were supposed to decrease the cost of, like, everything by building more lumber and stuff, but things don't appear to be improving very much. I mean, I'll keep on building tools, of course, but interesting. I'm wondering what's the priority of this. Best places to build a tools guild. Why? Based on the profit in 3 years versus the cost? I guess. Okay. Actually, real question, are we really employing people in these? Yes, okay. So in terms of our market, let's take a look at lumber. We have a lot of lumber. So much lumber, in fact. We actually are decreasing the price. What do you know? The price can only go as far down as what, minus 33? No, never mind. The price can go all the way down to 0.15. Wait, the price can go down to 0.15, and yet the cost in construction? The cost in construction can still only go down to minus 33%. What are these arbitrary limits on my medieval simulator? On my early modern simulator? If I want to, I think the lumber should be borderline free. If we have enough lumber... If we have enough lumber and enough tools, and the whole system is sustainable, my construction should be borderline free. Italian engineer, well, unfortunately we don't really need you for much. I don't think I'm willing to pay all that. Oh, you still need to pay the workers? Okay. We can pay the workers. What's your problem? We can pay the workers, but the materials should be borderline free if it's a sustainable system. Because what I'm seeing here is that the expand RGO is reduced by 33%, but lumber can get even cheaper. So I mean... And also, like, paying for labor. I don't know, I feel like the peasants, the serfs, might actually owe that labor, you know? Do we really have to pay for it? Or is this part of the social contract? Where we provide protection under the feudal system in exchange for their labor. You know, we might have a little bit of, what do they call that? They implemented it in Victoria 3. It's like the system of seasonal labor when you're in the off-season. It's like, there are like 3 countries in Victoria 3 which start with this law or something, but... Anyway. Gives you, I think, like slightly more construction at the start. Anyway, we should probably invest a little bit in stability. Just bump it up a little bit because I am about to take this. Actually, do I need to? The more institutions we get, the more marginal each institution becomes. Because once we're at, like, what are we? Plus 75% research speed? Going from plus 75% to plus 80% is not that big of a jump. So I might wait on that one. Actually, that's way too expensive. I'm not paying all that. What I will pay for is granaries. We love granaries. We love having infinite population. So probably not gonna flip Peasant Republic, huh? Hey, I would if they didn't make it so impossible to flip to a republic. 95 plutocracy. Okay, buddy. The peasants owe us their fair contribution for all the food you buy from them. Exactly. We already do so much for the peasantry. Have they even considered being grateful to their noble lords for their protection and for their patronage? Also, why are you disloyal? Country strength of all fiefdoms versus overlord. Oh, is that a fiefdom thing? Should I have made more vassals? Because I feel kind of dumb now. My bad. Okay, this is dumb. Why can't I make you into a vassal? This is dumb, and it is stupid, and dumb. Number of subjects with limited diplomacy. Brother, you are already one of those. Why can't I make you into a vassal? Okay, here's what's gonna happen. Normandy, I do want to annex you. I'm gonna give you support loyalists. I guess I should also make a larger army. I think someone earlier asked if we're going with like a composition or if we're winging it, and the answer is we're winging it. I don't know. I've never looked up a composition ever. Either it works or it doesn't. This is not the full army, by the way. This is mostly for the artillery and the cavalrymen, and then the levies make up most of it. But we will go ahead and actually build more cavalry as well. Then, when we get the opportunity, we'll go ahead and build more armories. Speaking of which, armory, let's build more of those. I feel like armories should also have a UI overhaul change when you're building them, because the amount of manpower that you actually get each month is dependent on the control, I think. I'm pretty sure. Which means you really do want to build them right around your capital, but it doesn't really tell you that. Art school, that's gonna go right in the capital. That's not that. That's not that. That's this, and we also want an entrepot. That's true. How's the trade looking, by the way? 10 ducats, yippee! Incredible stuff. Ooh, new king. With better stats. Oh. Ooh. We love extra money. But we do need to spend more on this. Okay, army. First of all, navy. Well, what are you doing right now? The ruler in Northumberland. What? I mean, you're the ruler in Brittany. Like, what do you mean, the ruler in Northumberland? Isn't there a title that's a little more important than that? Why are you sitting in Northumberland? We'll give him a month. Maybe he'll move. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's fine. Okay, let's make sure that this doesn't actually crumble. We'll do that. Okay, the army's much larger. I think that should help balance some of this a little bit. Well, here we go. Okay, so who do we want to use this on? We do want to improve some cultural opinion. So, langue d'ancien. That is how you pronounce that, right? Maybe? I don't know. But you don't actually like me enough to say yes to this. You have a very large culture group. That is not good.
I moved to the Republic playing for Portugal, and I want to say that it is definitely worth it.
Okay, sorry. That was kind of quiet. I need to turn up the TTS there, but it said, move to the Republic playing for Portugal. I want to say that's definitely worth it. Move to the Republic. The Republic. I don't actually know what this message means, but thank you very much, Dr. Chernozem, for the... it says it puts it in Canadian dollars, but if I had to guess, that's about €1. So thank you very much. False Canadian can't speak French. This is true. Turned Portugal into a republic? Moved to the Republic, playing for Portugal. Oh, maybe that's what he meant. Like, he changed into a republic while playing as Portugal. That makes sense. Okay, Toulouse, we gotta solve whatever's going wrong with you. Here, you want support loyalists for the next, like, 20 days? And then we're gonna do this. It is the largest culture, right? Hold on. 588, no. Almost 1 million pops versus 700,000. Okay, yeah. And then we're gonna cancel that. Have fun. Now, our ruler should be... Yes, he is eligible to be in charge of something. He's actually going to be in charge of the army because I heard somebody at some point said that if you put them in charge of the navy, there's a higher chance of them dying. And I'm just going to believe them. I'm not even going to question that. Sounds right to me. Perfect pronunciation, one could almost say that you came from, or that you come from the great province of Quebec. Maybe. Maybe. If I did decide to live in Quebec, though, I would probably live in Montreal. It's a really nice city. Yeah, we'll upgrade that, I guess. What's that sea event be like? That can't be the only reason why, right? Ooh. Why does it do all this? It appears that Crown Prince Philippe d'Artois, heir to the next 70 countries on this list, has gained the ambitious trait.
English is my fourth language.
Thank you.
I meant that changed government to republic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chenazem, for the $1 tip again. English is my fourth language. Okay, that's pretty impressive. Meant that I changed government to republic. Gotcha. Four languages is crazy. I can barely speak one. Well, if you're ambitious, we might as well give you an expensive education, right? Our fleet is the pride of the nation? Really? The fleet is? Okay. Yeah, not the 11,000 strong standing army. No, it's the fleet. Okay. I guess we actually are under the expected army size, too. What does that even do? If I'm, like, under the expected army size, does that... I don't know. Does it make you upset? I don't know. Maybe it's like a land versus naval thing. If that's the only thing it affects, then that's not too bad. Oh yeah, because it scales to 0.1. Right. Aren't French classes mandatory in Canada as a second language? I actually don't know about the other provinces, but in Ontario it is. You do have to learn French until the I think until the 10th grade. So in the 9th grade, you do have to learn it. You do have to take like the French class. But after that, you get to choose. There's also like a really big French immersion program. Fun fact, for the first few years that I was in public school, I was actually in French immersion. I do not remember much French at all, though. Man, I am really starting to feel the pains of being like a large country. Trade income's going up though, that's good. It's not very much, but it is going up. Sounds like you didn't immerse yourself. That is true. That's true. It was kind of funny actually, because for a while I was like, this is dumb. Like, why do I even have to learn this? I don't even speak French on a regular basis. Why do I even have to do this? So I stopped taking it in like the 10th grade. And then after that I was like, maybe I should have maybe I should have kept going. Maybe I should have kept taking it. Maybe that actually would have been a good idea. Stream in French when? Never. It would be like a public humiliation ritual. Absolutely not. Does that mean that you know French? Not really. Kind of. Like, I can read some of it and generally understand most of what's going on. There'll be some words that, like, I just never learned growing up. And the other thing is, actually, like, in hindsight, they don't really teach you that much. Because by the time I finished 9th grade French, I actually still didn't know past participle. Like, I didn't know how to conjugate things into the past or future tense. They just never taught us that, all the way up until the 9th grade. So, like, I still actually don't know past or future tense conjugations. And I barely remember any of the regular conjugations. Well, we do like money, actually. We'll take that. The first time in a while, we need to, like, actually lock in and try to make money. Like, let's try to get trade advantage. maybe I should see what trade advantage even does. We should have some in here now, right? Some trade advantage. Determines who gets to export first. Okay, right. So if there are profitable exports, whoever has trade advantage gets to actually do that. And you get trade advantage from maritime presence. Right. Don't worry about this market. It is slightly cursed. Okay, so trade advantage isn't really super useful once you have a certain amount of it. So like getting more trade advantage in our capital market, I think is going to be irrelevant to us. Yeah, if there's a limited amount of supply, or if you're trying to export, whoever has the highest trade advantage goes first. So what that means is we should try to build trade offices in my subjects to get more trade advantage so that we can be the ones to make the most profitable trades. That makes sense. Yeah, okay, so let's build trade offices in my subjects and maybe like around here and stuff. Actually, I can build a lot of these. Maybe not in my subjects because eventually I'll annex them and I think I'll lose them if I do that. So let's build up a whole bunch in this market. The Napule market. Maybe not over here because they might get moved around or something. Well, actually it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so I understand it now, I think. The way that you want to do this is you want to sort of maximize your trade advantage in like one market at a time. Because if you spread it out, then like, you know, piece by piece, you might get ahead of one or two countries, but you'll never be in first place if you spread it out too much. Royal marriage between the heir and her. Who are you? Honestly, no. Like, I will marry her off, but I would rather marry her off to somebody a little more prestigious. Like maybe Hungary. Maybe to the Crown Prince. Maybe not a bad idea. Just so we can be chill like that. Also, wait, this guy was already made into a saint? That's crazy. Alright, well, the king, you should definitely join a chivalrous order. We have 3 here. Order of the Swan for... what is that? Are they all military? Military ability. Military ability. Okay, so it's Diplorep and Prestige. Diplorep, Army Morale, or Religious Influence. I think we'll go with Diplorep. Yeah, sure. Dr. Chernozome actually asked earlier, is there a very large Ukrainian diaspora in Canada? And there is, over in the prairies. I actually don't remember when or why that happened, but yes. There are a lot of... not necessarily Ukrainians, but like people of Ukrainian descent, because I think it was like a few generations ago. I guess, who's attacking you? I think Burgundy's expanding into my territory, and I don't like it very much. We do have this. We have great relations with Burgundy? Oh, right, we were gonna ally them. Shoot. Was I gonna ally them, or did I have something else in mind? Oh, right, I wanted to, improve their cultural opinion, so I did want to ally them to improve their cultural opinion. That is, that's true. But also that costs how much? Nah, 0.31's not too bad. Just to improve their opinion, I mean, it's not a bad idea. But it feels a little less relevant. You know what? Never mind, we're not going to ally them. But this is kind of scary, so we might actually also not go to war. I don't know yet. Aragon and Two Sicilies and Burgundy? I'll wait to see what they do with this. Spread it out. Trade advantage can't be transferred between markets. You build it separately in each. Yeah, that was my entire point, actually. That was actually my entire point. Like, if you decide to build trade offices in a bunch of different markets, it's a bad idea. You should build it in one market to increase your position in that market, and then once you do that, you move on to the next market. Specifically because they can't be transferred between markets. Yeah, I should have made more vassals. My bad. It's crazy that it counts up every specific kind of subject. Trade advantage is either you have it or you don't. Building up past someone's an 850 advantage is not worth. Yeah. So, I mean... Exactly. Well, it's going to be a little more than 50. But, yeah, the point is we're going to build this up to see if we can get it close to, like, around 70. If we can get it to 70, that would be nice, actually. And then we actually have, like, the highest trade advantage in here. We are not using the trade capacity here. Why are we not using the trade capacity in Naples? I do have this on. This is new. Okay. Trade is automated. We are simply deciding not to trade. They seem pretty profitable. Are you sure you don't want to trade? Are you sure about that? The button is not new? I mean, the buildings one isn't new, but the allow spending other, I haven't seen that before. Hello, Italiano. Looking very handsome today, thank you. Woke up like this, actually. How innovative are we? Pretty innovative. I think we can be more innovative, actually. In a way, having to deal with my subjects is actually a peak gameplay loop. Like, I don't even hate this. I bit off more than I can chew? Yeah, it's kind of what I expected. We really have become France. Oh god, we've become what we tried to destroy. Old message, but we used to have that with German in France. Oh, like you had to learn German as a second language in France? But now it's English to the max and we have no exchanges with Great Britain since Brexit, and it's so sad. For some reason, I'm actually more surprised that, like, he had to learn German as a second language. I don't know, I always assumed, like, it would have been English for a while. Tax exemption? Absolutely not. Either we pass this or we don't. I don't care that much. I will not be changing a policy. Well, no. Well, no. That's too bad, bro. You will be paying the taxes. In Germany, you have to learn English, and in high school, a third one, French most of the time. Okay, that actually makes sense. Why are you asking for so much money? I hate you. Fine. Can I please annex you? Nope, because you're disloyal. Let's go. Okay, let's fix that. Hey, buddy. You want support loyalists? Here you go. Once I annex Normandy and this guy, we should be able to fix the disloyalty problem, at least a little bit. That's a 1470. Why is that taking so long? What? Like, I'd understand that for Normandy, but why are you taking forever to annex? What the hell? Oh, yay, diplomatic hegemon. I get to pay more for not a very big benefit. Well, actually, we get the diplomatic corps. What does that do again? Diplo capacity and diplomats. You know what? I actually don't hate that idea. I do like the monthly diplomats, because I can improve relations more. Decentralized reduces annexation speed by a lot, yeah. That is true. And I still need to make more subjects Breton, but none of my subjects are loyal. Well, actually, like half of them are loyal, I just have so many that you wouldn't realize it. Actually, wait a minute, maybe they are disloyal. Is there anybody who's loyal here? Oh yeah, we've got like 20. Or sorry, not 20, we got like 10 of them. 10 loyal subjects, and then the other 40 are disloyal. It's fine. In the East, it was more German than English, but we have to learn 2 foreign languages, so it's generally English-Spanish now, or English-German. But before it was German and then English in the East. Ah, okay. Ooh. The king gets well connected. That's nice. And you're an artist who actually sucks? That's crazy. Well, he's not even that expensive. Monthly prosperity, that's huge actually. Now, is there anything else I want to do here? Estate enrichment reduction. Sounds good. Anything in here? Counting house is useful if you build it in like 3 locations maybe. We could do that, I guess. Monthly diplomats. All of these would actually be nice to grab. Maybe we grab cabinet seats. Maybe better roads too? Just while we're there. We want the flat output increase. And then we'll work on paper and books. And cultural influence is also good. Cabinet laws. this at least. Maybe that? We'll see. Oh, hey, Magnus. Have you been hearing of any people's randomly crashing the desktop as of the latest updates? I actually haven't, but it would not shock me. If you're talking about the beta, of course. Art is a useless part of the game. Well, it's actually not too useless. Only because the more works of art you get, the more prestige you have as an equilibrium. And that is useful because getting prestige in this game is an absolute chore. Like, you want to become an empire? That's going to be, what is it, 70 prestige? Yeah, the beta, just playing as Iceland, of course. Minding my business and then suddenly dead game. If you try rebooting it, I mean, like, it might be one of those things where it crashes the desktop at a certain date, in which case it might be cooked. But, honestly, no idea. Let's see how we're doing over here. We have 11, or sorry, I don't even get 11 from that. 17 and a half trade advantage. Still only using half the trade capacity, but okay. I don't think we're getting enough trade advantage. But we could get more maritime presence in here, couldn't we? Maybe it's worth building up a little bit of maritime presence somewhere else. Should probably get some more docks for that. Did that say Tsarograd Market? Yeah. I love when it's always Bulgaria that wins. Oh god, this is so cursed. Yeah, Bulgaria seems to pretty much always win this. They win in the Balkans. Sometimes Serbia does, but it seems to be Bulgaria a lot. Done? Did all the reinstalls and prayers to, prayers to the Omnissiah? It might actually be cooked. Wait a couple more weeks or something, they'll have an updated. In theory, also, speaking of ships, thank you. Cool. In theory, but like, it might be one of those weird things where it's only really bad on some people's computers. And they could very easily overlook that. Just like not even realizing that it's that bad. Hopefully not. We're spreading Celtic languages back into Gaul and Britain. Well, we'd love to. Unfortunately, my subjects do not like me very much, because they're all fiefdoms. Okay, the situation is so dire, I might actually just not annex these guys. What we really need to do is annex Normandy as soon as possible. We also don't need this anymore. We're gonna have you... I don't know. We're gonna have you assimilate into Britain. How old are you? 59. Okay, maybe we actually make you 54, damn. Well, we'll make you the head of the cabinet. Bump up your stats a little bit. Just tell them to like you. I try, they don't seem to listen very well. Kinda mean of them. What would you even get from founding France? Yeah, we would get the French tax. Like, in theory, we could decide to become France again. But then we can't become Celtica, and France is more cringe, so... Disloyal subject CB time. Maybe? That would be kind of mean though, you know? And we still have this problem. I'm sure it'll be fine once we annex Normandy. Because one, they're pretty strong, and two, they're gonna be a huge contribution to our tax base once we build the local governor. Actually, do I have roads that lead... I actually don't have any roads that lead into Normandy. That's a problem. Let's go ahead and build a road from here into here. We do need that for the local governor. Absolute copium? No. Watch. Trust. What else can I even do here? Yeah. I can improve relations or improve opinions with everybody who hates me. That's what I can do. Let's improve relations with the countries that are going to join the coalition again. Aren't you my subject? No, I guess not. Okay. Wait, are you? Oh, yeah, okay. You're an indirect subject. Gotcha. Well, you should like me more, I think. I thought the Empire of Celtica would be tier 4 for some reason. What tier is Britain? Because I feel like Celtica is supposed to be kind of like a Britain stand-in. A formable if you don't want to form Britain. Also tier 3? Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. More guns. We love guns. And how about lumber? Lumber here. We'll go by rural settlements. There's 1.1 so far. It is significantly better than live version. I do like the proximity rework. For the most part, I like the rebel rework as well. For like the low pop rebels. At the very least, you don't have to fight 17 forever wars against another large country, so that's cool. What else did they actually change? They changed some of the values. I don't know how I feel about the changes to like centralized versus decentralized. Like I don't hate the changes, but they're interesting. Like decentralized still seems pretty strong, but it is balanced at least a little bit better. Oh, also, didn't EU5 get like the player, what was it? The Player's Choice Award? I think it's like the Stockholm Game Awards or something, or like the Swedish Game Awards. It won something. Which, I mean, love it or hate it, EU5, I think, is one of those games where you look at it, it has a rough launch, but you can see the diamond in the rough, you know? Like, did it kind of squander the first 2 months of launch? Yeah, a little bit, kind of. Maybe like 3. But I still have like far higher hopes for EU5 than I ever did for Victoria 3. Like even the state both the games are in right now. I look at EU5 and I'm like, yeah, this game's probably going to be better than Victoria 3 in the next, like, 3 years. Player's choice of the Stockholm Syndrome Awards. It's because EU5 is the flagship. It cannot go wrong. Too big to fail. I don't know if that applies to gaming companies. Especially the games industry as a whole. I feel like there are very much game companies that are not too big to fail. Also, I'm no financial expert on the video game stock market, but isn't it looking like slightly cooked? Like the games industry as a whole is like a little bit closer to being cooked every year. It's like a bubble waiting to burst a little bit. They got that sweet cash injection from the pandemic, and then it's like, what do we do with all that money? We're gonna spend $17 million on a game that releases for 2 weeks that no one plays, and we don't do advertising for. And then it shuts down. It needs more AI. That'll solve it. That'll fix the problem. Just add more AI to games. I'll definitely do it. Okay, how are we doing here? We are making some money. The trade balance is improved, but still not good. Like, we went from 7 ducats earlier to just about 20. So, maybe what we're gonna do is build more trade offices, if I can type. We might just, Naples max. Let's build more in Naples. And then on top of that, I'm actually going to borrow 5 ships. How do I do that again? Here we go. We're gonna borrow 5 ships. We're gonna give it to you. Do return to port during war. That would be a good idea. You're gonna go patrol the seas around Naples. Okay? And you're gonna give me a slight amount of maritime presence to give me more advantage. I saw on Reddit that the new EA FIFA game will have open world with barbers for the players. I genuinely can't tell if this is like a satirical comment. Like, please let me know if that is satire, Betseg, because at this point, I genuinely don't know. Money's not even real, actually.
Good luck with the rebels. I'm gonna keep you on as background noise while I unite China as the check in CK3 for an achievement.
Thank you very much, IMAX, for the $10 super chat. You're gonna do what as check? As the check in CK3? Is that an achievement? Unify China as a Czech leader, as a Czech king? Ooh, are you gonna get attrition? Maybe. Yeah, we'll see about that. We could pick this up, but we'll get it for free, so why spend the money? Let's see here. Conduct the census isn't a bad idea. 20% trade advantage. Not super relevant yet. Push towards naval. Yeah, I guess we could push more towards naval. We're just not gonna go to war for a while still. We're just chilling like that. AAA is definitely cooked. Have you heard about what happened with Xbox? I actually have not. Well, I have heard one thing, but it was a while ago. Didn't they basically admit that they lost the console war? They're like, alright, it's over. Wrap it up. Do locations get more demand above 40 dev too? I actually have no idea. Maybe? I don't actually know what the graph looks like for demands. What do you demand, Catholic nobles? What do you want? Top needs are met. Nice. Let's see. Development is... Wow, that is not that useful. So it's times 3.76, I guess? Well, where does that number come from? I don't know. Who knows? I heard people demand marble at 40 dev? Aw. Console Wars is pretty low on the totem pole. I'm sure they got more going on. Oh, Microsoft is going all AI now. Which company was it that basically realized that actually nobody cares about the AI features on new products? It was some laptop company, I think. And at one point they were like, yeah, as it turns out, users do not have a preference towards purchasing laptops that have AI features. And it's like, wow. Who could have guessed that one? That's crazy. Guys, it's looking pretty cooked. Okay, you know what? I can send them officers, but my ability to make Normandy happy is very quickly fading. Because the thing is, all of my subjects are becoming more prosperous and more powerful faster than I am. Which is kind of the main problem. Because they don't have to pay enormous costs for things. Also, no, you don't get to have that. Dude, what just happened? Denmark just got Bremened. What? It's just a cycle of destruction. Kingdom of Bohemia ally? They don't like me very much, but maybe. Just change military budget? I can't. I want to reduce the military budget. Wait, if I increase this, does that do anything? No, I didn't think so. Okay. Never mind. If it gets bad enough, I might actually have to declare war on a subject. Well, you know, I would get the CB and then I would release them and then declare war against them. Yeah, it was Dell. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was the company that released... I don't know if it was a statement or like an internal business thing, but they were like, turns out nobody cares. Like, hey guys, we have our new and improved... I don't even know what it is. New and improved, it's not even Copilot, is it? Well, no, it is, because it's a Dell laptop, but they still use Windows. I don't know. But they're like, hey, we have AI things in our computer. We can help you find what you're looking for. No one cares. It's just NFT all over again. It's NFT, but like it's... I feel like there are wider spread consequences. Like, at least NFTs... Okay, you can't call them harmless, right? Because a lot of people lost a lot of money. But it was just like a speculative investment trend that was almost like a... It's not quite like a rug pull scheme, but like... But the whole point was to like buy it up at like a low price, hope that the price goes up, and then sell it to someone else who was hoping to do the exact same thing. Which essentially just makes it like a transfer of wealth based on betting. Pop culture rug pull, kind of. But even then, like, at least AI actually kind of does things. So it's like it's a little different. Actually, one of the things that's most noticeable is, so like apparently you can't buy a Steam Deck anymore. Like, I was talking with my friend about like, oh, you know, maybe I'll get one at some point because he has one and he really likes it. And then the other day he's like, oh, by the way, you can't buy one anymore because they ran out of like RAM or something. Like, what? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't buy Steam Decks anymore? What do you mean there's no more RAM? What are we doing all this for? I assume he said full decentralization for the loyalty? Well, not for the loyalty. I just don't really have much of a choice. We're decentralized because I have 50 subjects. Fun fact, Google, and just Google in 2024, and only 2024, wasted 15 trillion liters of water to cool down their AI centers. Okay, that one I actually don't understand very much. Like, I actually need that one explained to me, because I don't really know how that works. I've heard that before. Ooh, monthly prosperity. I might actually take that. Anyway, so I don't really know how that works. I've heard about, like, the water thing before, but I thought it was just, like, a closed loop. Because, like, water cooling is usually just, like, you know, you put it to the heat source, and it absorbs heat, and then, you know, it goes to the radiator, and it emits the heat, and then it goes back. Bro's gonna be centralized by the time the first car comes out of the assembly line. No, trust. I'm telling you, we just have to annex Normandy. Trust me. It'll work out. How are we doing in this market, by the way? In the Napule market, we still only have 28 advantage, but we're getting a decent bit of trade capacity, we just don't know how to use it. Lovely. So why are we making, like, no trade profit either? I've built all these trade offices, and they're giving me 3 ducats per month. Kind of feel like I'm getting scammed here. Now, it very well might be because of the trade route maintenance. And honestly, I don't know how to decrease that. Like, why are you making so much money? What's your trade capacity? The Papal States have more trade advantage, sure, but, like, their profits are ridiculous. Compared to mine, at least. How do you do that? That can't just be from trade advantage. And it can't just be from trade capacity. How are you making so much money? I want to make that money. You can look at what trades they make. Okay. What trades are you doing? They're trading pepper. Trade route maintenance. It's like the same for them. What? Oh, they are also getting 12.5%. Yeah, 12.5% additional trade profit or efficiency, but that doesn't seem that crazy. I guess it really is just because like they're trading a bunch of pepper. Am I not trading pepper? What am I trading? Boring stuff? I guess. Maybe my trade range is cooked. No, we're trading all the way over here. It can't be that bad. I don't even know. You get water from a river, turns into steam, and downstream doesn't get water anymore? That seems incredibly inefficient. I feel like a closed loop would be a lot more efficient. Maybe not, because then you have to set up like a radiation... Not radiation, like, you know... uranium, but I mean, you know, a radiator system, rather. To cool it off and then bring it back, so maybe it isn't. Also, aren't you married to, like, the queen of something? Heir to Denmark still. Denmark's looking a little cooked. But they might get it back. Who knows? Occupied by Hamburg. Okay, man. I don't even know what's going on anymore. For some reason, the regulation that prevents industrial use of potable water for some reason doesn't apply to AI centers. Lovely. That sounds cool. But did I lose Diplo-Hegemon? Yep. Papal states. That's actually not shocking. Okay, who else can I be friends with? I love when the game hits like 1 FPS sometimes. Okay. You know what I think I need to do? I need to create more coastal cities. Or coastal towns or whatever, right? And I need to use them to build more docks so that I can build a larger navy so that I can send that navy to Naples to increase the maritime presence, to give myself more trade advantage so that I can overtake the Papal States. I think that's what I need to do. So, you know what? Okay, fine. We will finally be turning Brest into a town. We'll do that here too. And we'll do that there. And we'll turn that into a town too. Maybe this too. You show dev map mode? It's nothing too crazy. Pretty high in the capital, though. Efficient isn't always cheaper. I mean, that's true. Hold on. You have attrition. Do you want to go back to port, maybe? Outside naval range? I keep forgetting that I don't actually own a coastline in the Mediterranean. I keep thinking that I own Burgundy, but I do not own Burgundy. I could if I really wanted to. We could probably own Burgundy. Once we fix this problem, I suppose we could turn them into vassals. That would probably work still. Diplo capacity's kind of cooked, though. Lovely. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Same colors see beyond Burgundy. Doing a closed loop, then you'd know the quantity of refrigerant you'd need to run the most optimally. Water is not a very efficient refrigerant. Also true. I wonder if it's like it just doesn't make much money. So, like, they don't want to invest in long-term solutions because they're like, what if this doesn't work out? We're just going to use the cheapest thing we have, the most available thing we have. But it doesn't make any money. But it does use up all the chips. But it doesn't make money. But there's still enough money for the chips. How does that work? Also, I think I can get you to do a little bit more maritime presence stuff. Kind of in and around here. Maybe around here as well. I feel like we've kind of maxed out the maritime presence around just our coast. Ship companies give them the money through investments? That must be a lot of money then. Very invested in finding better solutions? Probably. Can't help feel like it's all gonna be for, not for nothing, but like for little. I don't know. We'll see how that turns out, I guess. Oops, let's not do that. Do vassals and fiefdoms still calculate their loyalty independently, or have they changed it? I think it's independently still. Because when I look at my subjects, they're all fiefdoms. So, when it calculates this, it's all fiefdom stuff. That's cool. We can do that. I mean, I could see it being useful in a sense, the same way that like when the .com bubble crashed, like we still had websites after that. We might be getting a .com version 2. The .ai crash. Maybe. I think I also need to build wharfs for those new towns. We just need a lot more sailors. It's kind of funny that like we're so pushed towards naval and we have almost no actual navy. Our merchant navy is not very big. But we could always fix that. No, Normandy, please, we're so close. I don't know if I can make them any more loyal. I'm already like loyalty maxing my subjects. Is there anything else I can give you? Support military. That does not help you. Receiving knowledge? That does not help you. We're so close, look at this. We're literally like a year away. There has to be something I can do. How do I make you more loyal? We're already at 200 opinion. What about trust? You're telling me trust has absolutely no effect on loyalty? Diplo rep? I'm already improving diplomatic reputation. Would strengthening the army make them more loyal? One can hope. We can give it a shot. We can certainly try. Normandy, please. Normandy, please. Just a little more. Just a little Normandy. Oh, wait, hold on, hold on. Please, we need this parliament to lock in. It's so cooked. What about crown power? Does that do anything for us? More crown power? Not really. What about power projection? What does that do for us? Not much. Man. Can you royal marry them? They're a fiefdom. More manpower, maybe. Maybe, possibly. Well, we'll give it a shot, I guess. Being at war increases opinion. It does, but their opinion is already at plus 200. Oh, you're right, you're right. Hold on, hold on, hold on. This guy can actually improve relations, or, yeah. You can improve Diplorep a little more. Oh, but right, wait a second, does Diplorep even matter? For loyalty? No. Diplomatic reputation does not affect loyalty. Why? Who knows? Oh, we can take over their debt, maybe. Except that they have no debt. Just dev them one time. Wish that I could. I wish building in them would actually make them happier. An economic action? Ooh. Economic support wouldn't change anything. Market access preference probably wouldn't change anything. You want a loan? No. Expanding the army? I mean, we've done a lot of that. We have certainly expanded the army. Oh? Something happened. What happened? Expanding the army, I think, actually worked. Okay, please. Sure, we'll take that just in case it goes wrong. Please, it's just until September. 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 Please, Normandy. Oh, okay. All right. No, we're good. We're chill. We're gonna embrace this real quick. Is there anything I can do here? What if we... What am I researching? This? Is there a subject loyalty? Not in here, there isn't. Okay. So what we're gonna do is this. And then we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. And we are going to ensure that we do those as soon as possible. Okay, so we do cabinet seat, and then army morale, and then military tactics. Can you support loyalists? We're doing everything we can. We are supporting loyalists. We're giving them officers, too. Is there like subject loyalty in here? No. But there is in here. Probably don't want to change that though, because we kind of need the levy size to maintain our strength. Don't really want to swap off of this either. Ah, man. Raise levies for a month? Would that actually do it? I mean, we can't really raise levies. We're not at war. Cabinet on Diplo? It is. Not that it matters. It doesn't actually change anything. Is there anything else we can do with this? Anything else at all to make our subjects more loyal? That doesn't change anything. Societal values? I don't think so. Maybe if we push towards quality. Maybe. Actually, do we have a crown guy? No. So this doesn't really change anything, but... We'll have you push towards quality, maybe? Crown Prince. Yeah, let's see who you can marry. That's actually useful. County of Bourbon. She is the heir. Maybe with Portugal. We'll establish some royal ties or whatever. Influenced by income. Could try high minting? Ooh, maybe. 2 months of high minting? No. Seems that did not change anything. Just crank out the army stacks? I don't think we can really even succeed with that. Does that make it more expensive, by the way? No, just recruiting time. Okay, that's fine. Okay, how's that? Absolutely nothing changed. Well, actually, it got a little closer. Shoot, do I really have to declare war on a subject and annex them? Am I really gonna have to do that just for this? This is a shame. This is very unfortunate. But we're gonna have to, I think, annex a subject forcefully. If you can urbanize more, that will increase your balance of power against them. Well... Country strength. Military strength, income, and population. Might be one way to do this. Nobility. We are going to ask you for manorial courts to increase the tax for the noble estate. Try increase trust. It doesn't seem to do anything. Like when we look at the loyalty, they already have 20 trusts, right? I'm not seeing anywhere on this list that says that trust affects loyalty. What does trust even do? Like, this feels like not real. Is it just like... Okay, so trust is only for accepting actions. If it's income, you can kill your sliders for a few months. I think it's this, not... It's not balance. It's like this number here. Cabinet action increases control. This is a good point. We're still going to push quality there. Yeah, so what if we increase province control? Maybe over here? I mean, what's the average control here? Would probably help. The thing is, my subjects improve their economy at a very rapid rate. Like, this is me trying to race all of my other subjects combined for economic growth speed. And we are kind of losing this battle. We do get another cabinet seat. Can't really do too much with that, though. I mean, here, we'll still do this. I'm just doing whatever at this point. Let me see. What else can I do here? Do they care for full army maintenance? I don't think so. I mean, we'll bump it up and see what happens. No. Ultimately, it is what it is. There is one way to make sure that we reduce the overall strength of my subjects. Can't wait to bankrupt myself just trying to annex my subjects. Let's go. Yeah, it's only decreasing. I'm just gonna have to kill some subjects, tragically. You know, we have this whole automate diplomacy thing somewhere here. That's cool and all. I really wish I could just automate improve relations like I can in EU4. I think that would be cool. Oh, wait a second. I have an idea. You might even call it a good one. We have a silver mine in here. If we can bump up the control, that's like a pretty big buff to my income. Should have thought of that sooner. Might be too little too late at this point, though. Might still have to kill a subject too, but... yeah, it's not enough. It's cooked. Well, can't say we didn't try. What are we doing over here, though? Still a really bad trade advantage, but we are using all of the trade capacity now. That's good. Man, I'm spending so much money. Okay, screw it. We're also gonna give the nobility the thing. Let's make sure we don't cook our legitimacy. Actually, you know what? You're gonna do legitimacy things. I don't want to spend as much. So we can steal more from the nobility. Because it takes me so long to remember, like, oh, I can do this thing. I can do this thing too. Like, if I did everything all at once, then, you know, maybe we would have had a chance, but I think at this point we just have to kill someone. Can you start a war and get your levies? Yeah, I can start a war against my subject. Could also decide to fight Burgundy, that's true. It would give us a bit of a stability hit, but you know what? You know what? Screw it. I might do that. Because I can at least steal war reparations, which would give me more money. So, first... Okay, I guess I'll do that, whatever. Send in insults. Okay, we have our two options. Burgundy or against our own subject. Now, actually, what we do is we release them, right? I'm gonna save before I do that. If I cancel fiefdom status, then declare war with disloyal subjects. We still have great relations, which makes them a little bit upset, but that's okay. Sorry, buddy. Now we will raise levies. And raising levies did not do the trick. Okay, well, hey, we have more subjects we can annex. More subjects to forcefully annex. What's a few more subjects under the belt? Wait, if I give this to Normandy... No, when you return something to a subject, they do not care. This is not EU4. If you do them a favor and give them some of their cores back, they don't care. I'm pretty sure, at least. Let me double check that. Yeah, I don't think they care. Okay, well, that's mine now. Now, unfortunately, I do actually need to go ahead and start integrating these. Not ideal. But at the very least, I'm pretty sure... Aren't most of these Breton? They're like kind of Breton. Sort of. Ooh. Hello. Hello. That's progress. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens here. Trust absolutely nothing. Okay, you can trust it a little bit sometimes. We're so back. Okay, Normandy has been integrated. That's nice. That is a nice looking Brittany. Okay, now all we need to do is go to this city and build ourselves a local governor. Now how are we feeling? Minus 87.28, could be worse. Okay, now who should I try to integrate next? Might actually be Paris. If I can. You guys are at 37%. Let's go and give you support loyalists. Forcefully, such an evil word. Let's call it persuasive negotiations. Something like that. We'll just call it aligning our interests. 21 years for this? You gotta be kidding me. 21 years. 21 whole years. Okay. Maybe I've changed my mind. That's much better. Except Norman? Could we, is the question. We can tolerate Norman, and it will be a little expensive, but sure. We love consolidation gameplay. Ooh, that's pretty good. Okay, new local governor. Let's see what you can do. Not very much. Not very much at all. It is just plus 80. And you actually need more roads. That's what you need. Did you go full naval? Pretty much. Like 90 something towards naval. Actually, I just realized, you being in charge there is not as good as being in charge of like a navy. Or an army. Well, yeah, because you're the heir, so even if I make you the head of the cabinet, you're going to not be one of these guys soon. So I'm actually going to swap this. My bad. And then you should be in charge of a navy. Put any governors down yet? We just did. I guess we could annex more than just Kent. Kent's going pretty quick because they're fairly small. Who else would be kind of small to annex? I don't know what counts as small though. Like, does it include cities or is it like the number of locations? Maybe worth going through and downgrading locations? Can I do that for my subjects? Oh yeah, I can. That's weird. That seems really mean, actually. I guess I could have done that to change the economic scale a little bit. It's kind of mean, though. It does include cities and towns? Okay. So, I feel like we might be able to annex Sussex. Cornwall, maybe? Maybe. Okay, yeah, Sussex is much smaller, that's nice. They're also pretty Breton at this point. And that's kind of cool. Now let's go ahead and maybe build a few more things. Not a lot to build. What about trading? Because if we can trade more things, then we can build more things, right? I guess it depends, because like, everybody kind of has everything that they need. What do we actually have a shortage of in this market? Fur. And, like, nothing else. Pretty much everything is fulfilled. And if we go to these other markets, everything is pretty much fulfilled. What can I even export for money? More RGOs, I guess. That's kind of it. More RGOs and then tools, I guess, to make things cheaper, because tools are pretty big input. Colonies? Well, we can't get any colonies yet. New World spawned in, I think, in Portugal. Yeah. Soon enough, we will get New World, and we will look to research. What do we need for that? Here. We'll pick those up too, and we'll see after that. Suppose we could colonize a little more, or explore a bit more. Yep, you've taken those, not exactly shocking. And you've taken those, not exactly shocking. It is kind of a shame that Portugal just, like, never gets the Azores. Seems Castile always finds them first. But anyway, maybe we can find gold in West Africa. And then sell that in Europe, I don't know. It is 1471. By now, Portugal would have found a bunch of things, I think. Okay, these numbers are looking at least a little bit better than they used to be, so that's good. Did you put colonizing on for everyone, or just Europe? I think I put it on for everyone to start with. And then I realized that I didn't actually want to do that. Yeah, so exploration and colonization are now only Western countries. There we go, more military tactics. That has to mean something, right? Yeah, it does seem to be changing a little bit. Parliament, please let me annex things faster. Increase ties to subjects. Reduce liberty, desire, increase loyalty, and income. Useful enough, kind of. I would prefer the increase integration speed, but can't get everything you want. Sort of what I wanted, yeah. I'm sure I'll get an event for this. Probably. Ooh, maybe I'm spending too much on exploration. It's not that bad. Okay, how are we looking? A little bit better, nothing crazy. We should be able to get some... Oh, hold on. Are you doing maritime presence along the places where it matters? No, you're not. We should fix that. Please prioritize correctly. Thank you. Okay, pause. We did not end up getting an event, and I feel dumb. But it's not a big deal. The thing is, like, my subjects, they're just loyal, but they don't actually have any liberty desire. So whether or not we succeed, I guess, doesn't really do too much. I could go into Ormond. There's one tiny little subject here. And I could make them Breton. Might as well, I guess, right? Make you Breton. That's probably why it would take so long to actually annex you. Because you're not Breton. Why do I even own this? What? Okay. Okay, well, let's keep on increasing control. I actually do want control here. Just for this. Beautiful tax base. Actually surprised that I'm not any hegemon right now. Well, Goryeo has 82 heavies. 82 heavy ships. They have 23 Diplo Rep. 1240 cultural influence. Great Wu has 2110 income and 82,000 professional troops. The Papal States has 34,000 professional troops. Man. You can put armies on provinces to increase control? That can't be real. Chad, is this real? What the hell? You can. What? The more you know. Okay, Kent, now annexed. I would really like to annex you, actually. Right, your opinion is now low because we've been annexing subjects. That makes sense. Okay, why am I suddenly broke? Oh, you know what it is? From annexing Normandy, I now have to take care of the extra wealth that I don't actually extract taxes from. That's what it is. Yeah, it turns out there are consequences for annexing subjects. Who knew? You know what we can do, though? We can produce a lot more trade ships. We do have some maritime presence here. We do need a little more, though. Yeah, we have not surpassed the Papal States. Wait, did I say I was gonna put a naval governor over here? It might actually change my mind. It might be when I put into London. Cornwall, I feel like they're close enough I can probably annex them. You can build a harbor. You are right. It is a minuscule amount of control, that's true, but like, putting your army somewhere, you might as well, right? It serves this location better than it serves the capital. But yeah, boy are we broke. I would like to be a lot less broke. But we can't really afford to reduce Diplo spending for many reasons. Can't really increase taxes, even though everybody would be happy to pay more. Can I increase the amount of taxes on the burgers? Can I get like a plus 10 taxes? Only minus 10. Never mind. Well, actually, what's my control over here? Pretty bad. Oh, right. Most of this stuff is actually not a core. Wait, what? 70 proximity only actually gives you 50 control? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Okay, we can also increase control somewhere else. As luck would have it, you know, we're managing to integrate a bunch of our subjects, but at the cost of having absolutely no money. Like, we've spent so much on just the chance to integrate subjects. I'm spending more on maintaining these subjects than I am, or than I'm getting from these subjects. They're paying me 106, I'm paying 133 on this. Is using your navy in Italy really worth it? Well, I was kind of hoping it would be. Here we go. Because all we really need to do is beat the Papal States with trade advantage, and then, in theory, then we can make money. Maybe. But to do that, you need maritime presence. So the idea is that we build up a bunch of maritime presence. And a bunch of, you know, trade offices and stuff. but it doesn't seem to be working that much. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Ooh, may I please have a cardinal? That would be nice. Why would I remove a cardinal seat? Do these even matter that much? Let me see. What's this? Okay, yeah, I'll vote for that. Okay, never mind. Can't vote for anything because we're already voting. So, we're going to request another cardinal seat. And I guess we'll put it in here. This feels right to put it into a city, you know? Okay, how long will that take? Cornwall is considered smaller. That's good. So Cornwall is another 10 years. Wow, okay. Over here's another 3 years. That's not too bad. Now the question is, how much proximity are we actually getting in here? And the answer is very little. Man, we're not even actually going through these locations. Even though, like, this isn't even too bad. 64, and then, you know, bit of harbor capacity goes out through here to here, right? Nope, we're going straight from the capital. I really thought it would be like easy sailing after we did all this. Like, there we go, we took over England. We're good. We're good, guys. we did it. We beat France and England, and then it's just everything falls apart. Life was so much better when we did not try to take over England and France at the same time. Turns out, we were not built for that. The haters said we couldn't do it, and honestly, shout out to them. They were kind of right. Okay, how do I deselect? We're not deselecting, that's too bad. Okay, maybe it's a bad idea to build 65 ships when I feel like we might not actually need this many. But at least we're gonna have a lot of maritime presence. +5 towards naval? Don't mind if I do. Okay, here's an easier way to make a bunch of money. Strengthen government, and then don't pay. It's gonna make us more money than increasing control ever could. Is there not a port close to there? So for these, we'd have some ports here. And we do have a port that's right here. Right next to the capital. Or the local governor. So we've 64 here. Some harbor capacity. It transfers into here, which has some harbor capacity. And yet, it still chooses to take from the capital. Is it really that bad? Or is the maritime presence just that good? That's the question. It might actually just be really good. Yeah, by the time it actually reaches Alabaster Coast, is that this? So from here to here, it's pretty bad. But by the time it reaches here, which is pretty much the same location that this would create the presence from, it actually is like 80 at this point, whereas this is at 64. So it's not a bug with the governors, like the maritime presence is actually just that good. We get -10 from the capital to the ocean tile. So it's -10, and then it's like -20 or something. So it's like -30 by the time it reaches here, which is still higher than this. I actually forgot to put you on patrol the sea. My bad. And then the other thing we could do is we could also improve like a wharf here, put a wharf here. It'll increase the harbor capacity. Really important for this location because the salt is worth a lot. So protected harbor also increases the capacity. Hold on, let me check something. Okay, never mind. Hey, marriage union with Denmark. Let's go. I don't know why I have 4 claim throne CBs, but thank you. So Denmark is kind of a shell of their former self, but hey, marriage union is still a marriage union. Now, in terms of who's gonna inherit? Well, you both have the same kids. So you're actually, yeah, you're the heir to everything, including Denmark. Nice. Who's this? Cornwall? What are you upset for? Oh, we need to improve relations, right? Oh, man. Sorry, I haven't been saying much today. I'm tired as hell. Not getting good sleep last night. Let's see, y'all been seeing the trailers for the game that's coming out? I don't even know when it's coming out, called Crimson Desert. Every now and then I've been seeing like some clips, kind of. Not clips, but like the trailer clips, you know what I mean? And every time I see a clip from that game or from the trailer, it's like, there's no way this game is actually going to be real, you know? It seems a little too good to be true. It can't be real. For the gameplay itself is terrible. Specifically, the controls are so bad it feels like holding the controller upside down. Damn. It is from the people that made Black Desert. It is, and they made an insane combat system for that game. I tried it out. I tried Black Desert a little bit. Another 5 towards naval. Thank you very much. That's cool. Maximum naval. That's neat. I tried Black Desert. It turns out it's one of those games that I actually don't even think it's free. Like, I think you have to purchase it, but it's still pay to win somehow. Let me see. Do you still have to pay for this game? Yeah, you still have to buy it. You have to buy Black Desert, and then I don't even remember what it is, but apparently in the game it's like you have like a limited number of something you can do, and then you have to pay more to. I don't remember. It was years ago, but I tried it. It was interesting. The combat system's insane. Everything about it looks great, though. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, everything in the game looks so good that, like, there has to be a catch. There's no way it's actually as good as it looks. Okay, maybe exploring was a mistake. In particular, I don't think we even care about this, but I don't think I can cancel explorations. So... it is what it is. Actually, I don't even own this. I should take that at some point. I like the Black Desert combat system, 8 out of 10, but the game is very grindy and the end game is super repetitive. Isn't that just like every MMO though? Well, okay, maybe not the grindy part. Like, not every MMO is grindy, a lot of them are. But late game being repetitive, that's just like fork fountains in the kitchen, you know? Not exactly shocking news. Forked fountains? No, fork found in the kitchen. Big news. Exactly what you expected has happened. Okay, we do actually need to improve relations a little bit more. Man, all of my subjects kind of hate me still. This sucks. I can see it slowly but surely, this number. It's getting ever so slightly closer to 100 once more. Nice saying, I'll credit you for that one. That is not a Corbett original, unfortunately. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save the game and I'm gonna load it because we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. And when you do that, the game slows down considerably. Well, that's loading and taking forever for some reason. What other big games in 2026 are being released? In theory, GTA 6. Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, we'll see about that. You know what is a game that I was looking forward to, and then it turns out that it wasn't that good? Code Vein 2. That's pretty tragic. Oh, me when I'm getting 15 frames per second? I feel like I wasn't getting this on the last stream. Okay. Warhammer 40k Total War. Oh, that's this year? I remember seeing the trailer for that. That'll be something. Right as I'm getting into Total War and Warhammer at the same time. So like, what do you know? Crazy how that works. What else do I want here? We can't even afford the trading fields. But I would like to pick up, don't we have a second building? Or an upgraded building? Maybe not. Dry dock, that's useful. Pick up some of those. House of Parliament is also useful. Ooh, maximum RGO size in rural? Yup. We're gonna boost that silver a whole bunch. Okay, maybe not that much. Late 26 or 27, I see. I could build another university and try to push innovative. We can do a little bit more innovation. Innovative gives me literacy, right? Yeah, okay. Got Mercury patios yet? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure those are in New World, aren't they? Mercury patios are down here. And then we can also get the iron output, and we can get the silver output. We can have an actual economy. An economy? In this economy? No way. Yeah, we should do that. Well, who's the best with, No, never mind. Okay, that's fine. We should get the road tech, that is true. We should pick that up. They are a little bit expensive, but probably worth it to allow us to keep on annexing subjects. Actually, is there cost through port? Yep, here we go. Okay, we need this. We need this really badly, actually. I might... How many researchers do we have? How many techs? Okay, so once we're done with paved roads, I'm gonna go ahead and pick this up and basically beeline for the proximity through cost reduction. Or proximity cost through port reduction. Slay the Spire 2 in early access in March. I did see the trailer for that, actually. Looks like they're trying to do multiplayer? Which is something. Claim throne CB on Poland, you say? What even happened here? Claim throne CBs on Hungary and Poland. Don't know if I can actually transport enough troops for that. Well, hold on a second. Maybe. Maybe. It would be a pretty cursed war to get Hungary into a union. What do you think, chat? Quick little union with Hungary, maybe? Maybe. So the way that this would have to work out is, how many forts do you have? You have a fort there. Fort here, fort here. Otherwise, it's looking kinda free. Just a little war. Little war with Hungary for the Hungarian throne. Quick in and out, 20-minute adventure. The actual worst part of a war like that is the fact that I don't have any naval access in the Mediterranean. Like, we don't actually own Burgundy. But I might be able to ally them. Yeah, maybe. I can ally them, then request fleet basing rights. Maybe request some military access. Maybe. How many ships do you have, Hungary? 2. Excellent. But yeah, Slay the Spire 2. Is that gonna be like exclusively multiplayer? No, right? Hello, Burgundy. I would like to ask you for something. Yeah, we don't actually need to be allied. We can just ask for... Well, we can purchase, I guess, military access. We'll request fleet basing rights. But then our army can't actually be there. I think. Yeah, we might as well keep going, actually. Okay, let's do a quick little landing here, actually. Drop you off there, put you into that town. Right, and we've just gone ahead and annexed you. What kind of proximity are we working with here? That's not too bad, actually. And a bunch of these are cores as well, because they are Breton, as they should be. I love having no food. You know, I never really checked to see what kind of army Hungary has. Ooh. It's a lot of mercenaries. What kind of infantry is that? Okay, they don't have any early arquebusiers. Just realizing now that all I have is men-at-arms. I don't have any firearms. Oops. It's probably fine. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and try to convert more of Normandy to Breton. Hungary won't be that strong, right? The Hungarian Black Army says hello. No, it's fine. They'll go after my subjects, surely. I do wonder how far my subjects can push through the HRE. Well, that's military access against everyone, or with everyone, so... I guess they can march all the way to Poland if they want to. Except, I have the feeling a lot of them don't want to. Also, guys, please. Guys, please. 96,000 troops for this one province. There are more troops in this one location than there are civilians. Guys, please. Maybe you should be a little less aggressive. Maybe? Possibly? Just, like, be cool. Don't do that. Do events feel as important as in EU5 as compared to EU4? Getting a saint performs miracle or comet sighted or whatnot can make or break a campaign in EU4. Wondering if it feels the same in EU5. Some of them. Sometimes they give you like, here's free 20 prestige or something. And that prestige is like just enough to turn you into a kingdom. And being a kingdom gives you a bunch of benefits. Hello, Hungary. Goodbye, Hungary. So I think all we need to do is grab the capital, right? Yeah. Our righteous crusade continues. Although I do have to ask. How bad is it to do this? That is 300 antagonism. But it's actually not even that bad. Somehow. Oh, I just realized actually. Wales is Cymru. Or Cymru. How did you do that? Oh, because I made you Britain, right. Okay, is there anything even of value here? Mali Empire. What market is that? 973 value? Okay, wait. Provoked military forces is the #1 trade advantage here. The 5th provoked military forces war. Okay. Would have guessed making Wales Celtic again would change its name back to the Celtic roots. Not me. I actually didn't realize that, like, they used the same tag, but with different names. It's like, we're still called Brittany, even though we swapped to the Breton culture. At that point, shouldn't we be called something like Brege? So it doesn't work for us, but it works for Wales? Okay. hold on. No, that's fine. Rural settlements. Let's see where we can make some money. A little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit there. Oh, maybe not here. We have like no people there. Yeah, is there a way to check unemployment percentage? I think it would be nice to have another filter here for like, employable pops or available peasants, and then you set the slider and make it so that like, oh, only show me places where we have over 5,000 peasants that can be employed, you know? I think that would be interesting. It'd be useful. Because every now and then we run into a situation like this where it's like, okay, well, we have 1,000 people here. I'm not going to build this. Even if it's profitable. Lumber mills and then the tool guilds. Need more of these too. Shockingly, we are starting to make money again. Who could have seen that coming? Mali's good to give loans out to. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can actually see Mali. Castile is invading Mali. What is wrong with you, man? Why are you like this? (1478) invading West Africa. Lovely. Love that my subjects are just kind of chilling here, starving to death. They're pretty chill for armies that are starving to death. No real sense of urgency here. Yeah, Mali's a little more inland. I don't know if I can be bothered to spend the money to explore. It did kind of cripple us a little bit. Okay, you know what? I've actually changed my mind on a few things. I'm gonna go ahead and... we'll cancel these. Yeah, we'll cancel those. I'm actually going to embrace this, I think. It's not too expensive, really. Because what I really want out of this is right over... Where is it? Right over here. -5 proximity cost through port. Huge. You have no idea how big that's going to be. Because proximity cost through port is both ways. So basically from the capital, if we are getting proximity overseas, -5 here, -5 here. So basically everything that's connected through a sea lane, or you know what I mean, is going to get like +10 proximity. And that's pretty massive, because we're going to have to extend a bunch of control over, you know, Britain, for example. Basically, it means we can annex more of Britain without worrying too much about, you know, having a bunch of locations that are low control. Pretty big stuff. Invade Morocco for the maps. I guess you can steal maps now, can't you? Maybe you should just always steal maps. Wait a second, is this uncolonized? No colonies? Oh, but I can't colonize it either. Shoot. Never mind. Also, I do think it's funny that, from the technical limitations of the game, they can't have locations with actually 0 people, so there's just one guy chilling on each island. Each man a king. King in his own palace. It is fun to steal maps. Well, it's more fun because you don't have to spend the money. Hold on, did I just pull off the greatest art heist of the 15th century? Excuse me, what did I just steal from them? Was that like 20 pieces of art that I just stole from Hungary? Well, they're mine now. Why make art when you can just steal it? Why produce when you can simply own things that other people made? Your culture is my culture now. Yep, putting that straight in the museum. I should try a run like that one day, where the entire goal is like, okay, here it is. First ever run as England. Alright, I've never played England in EU5 yet. First run. The main goal is to steal as much artwork as possible. Just go to every capital in the entire world, siege it, steal the artwork, and leave. The British Museum run. Yeah, not even for expansion. It has to be where, like, I just show up, take it, and dip out. Maybe I won't even do a humiliation. Maybe I won't even get the war score for it. I'm not even there for the war score. Maybe I'll white piece. I just want the artwork. That guy's cooked. That's too bad. Maybe I can save him. No, he's cooked. Oh, hold on. You guys actually fled. They saw me coming. Okay, well, we have taken the capital, so Hungary, please allow me to get a personal union, thank you. I would actually love to steal money from them, too. 4,000 is a lot of money. I feel like I should make that into a video. When 1.1 releases, chat, help me remember this. When 1.1 releases, England run. And the whole goal is to just steal as much artwork as possible. I use the Parliament, but only for CBs on places where I haven't stolen from. There's gotta be an achievement for that, as England have artwork from at least 75% of the cultures within Europe. That's the thing though, like, it would be hard to do that with a percentage, but I like the way you think. I think the way that it should work out is like, achievement, British Museum, alright? Starting as England, have art pieces that originated in 30 different countries, or something, you know? Or like 20, I don't know. It doesn't have to be crazy, it doesn't need to be like a super challenge run. You might even get it in a casual England run, you know? But it would be super funny. The fact that you can steal artwork, like they can't just not have that as an achievement. Okay, we're gonna put this guy on this. Because when I drop this, it's gonna be like a nuke of antagonism. It is not going to be very pretty. It's also not that bad, to be honest. Hungary, yeah, they're gonna hate me for a while, but they'll live with it. They'll get over it at some point. Although I do want their money, and I think I also want their war reparations. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Also, why does Hungary have maps of Hejaz? How did you even get those? "20 different countries with at least 3 cultures from 3 continents outside of Europe." That could work. All I'm saying is if someone from Paradox is listening in, that one's for free. I won't even charge royalties on it. Free achievement idea. PU Poland? I mean, we have the CB for it, but I don't think I can do it in this one. No. Not in this war. Yeah, it could be counties, cultures, culture groups. Actually, what achievements do we even have for this game? I haven't gotten a single achievement. I've never played Iron Man. What do we have here? What do we have for the very hard? Be present on every subcontinent. How many subcontinents are there? Like, what do they define as a subcontinent? Probably like the same as an EU4. So we have Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Middle East. It's interesting that Eastern Europe extends very far into here. Once again, the definition of Europe is very loose. Like, I think in EU4 it's sort of cut off like here, maybe? EU5 it extends into here. It continues to expand. EU6 it'll have all of Anatolia. That's a lot of subcontinents. Just making a joke, didn't know you actually have the ability to do it. Yeah, like we have the CB for it. We are fighting Poland, but we're actually getting a PU over Hungary right now. We have a CB for both, though. I think that section is Armenia, and I guess by cultural borders that would make sense technically. But yeah, definition of Europe pretty loose. Especially now, hey. I get to talk about like the one thing I remember from my history of Europe in the early modern period course. Because we actually touched on this topic of like, okay, we have a course that's about the history of Europe during the early modern period. What counts as Europe? That was like lesson 1. How do we define Europe? And the whole thing was like, actually, we're going to look at the definitions of Europe throughout history and how they changed over time. About how, like, the concept of Europe was not real for a long time. Like, not really. There was, like, general idea, like, this is probably Europe. This is probably Europe. But, like, is this Europe? Does this count as Europe? Maybe, sort of. Possibly. Does this count as Europe? I mean, at some point, maybe, when the Byzantines had it. Possibly. You know? And, like, that changed a lot over time. The more you know. Can you have a better flag by having a union? I don't think so. It'd be a lot cooler if we could. I would also really like in EU5 if we could have like sort of custom union tags, sort of. Where like, even if you have an unlikely union, if they actually merge together, creating a sort of, you know, just like changing the name, maybe incorporating the flags together, that would be cool. To an extent, of course. You can't just have like infinite flag combinations. But, you know, the flag of Spain was certainly something for quite some time. So maybe we can get to like Spain levels of weird flag shenanigans. Where you have like, you combine Aragon and like Sicily and like Castile and Leon and Andalusia. You have like 73 different coat of arms. For you, what is Europe? I don't even know. I always thought of it as like, oh, it goes up to like the Urals and like the Caucasus, but then I guess there's also Georgia. I've always kind of thought of it as like, yeah, like this maybe. But then again, I also have like no stake in it, so. Just make AI generate flags dynamically. What could go wrong? The moment that there is any kind of AI dynamic generation of anything in any Paradox game is when I pivot. Absolutely not. I know that there are ways to make generative textures, okay? I know they could do it if they wanted to. They don't need AI, and in fact, it is a lot simpler. It is surprisingly not too bad to create dynamically generated textures. It's just that, like, most of the time, video game companies don't do that because it uses a lot of processing power. Well, for some things they do. Like, you know when you're playing a game, and it's like a first-person shooter, and... Wow, did you just take Buddha back? Bruh. Anyway. You know when you're playing, like, a first-person shooter, and you shoot the wall? And when you shoot the wall, it creates, like, a little bullet hole in there? Well, that bullet hole is actually, like, overlaid over the texture of the wall, and that also counts as dynamic texture generation. That kind of thing's not very hard. But... Well, there's that, and, like, in some games you have, like, waterfalls, for example. Which are usually just, like, moving textures. Anything like that, super simple. But... creating, like, a unique-looking texture is often quite difficult and expensive. I had to do an assignment to create a program that would dynamically generate, like, progressively more rusted textures. Not rusted necessarily, it was like weathering patterns. So it would like identify, if you gave it a texture, it would be like, oh, you know, this looks like it's part of a weathering pattern. We're gonna, like, keep an eye on these parts of the texture. And then if you want to increase the weathering, like jump 20 years in the future or whatever, then, you know, let's try and apply what that might look like based on the data that we have. And every texture that I created was like 200 by 400 resolution, and it still took like 20 minutes to generate. Well, that's because I also added a substitution feature. The original version of that is, I think, actually paper that I use as a baseline. But anyway. Are we cooked in this encounter? Maybe. What do you have here? Those are pretty scary troops. Man, I'm rolling like garbage and we're still winning. That's crazy. Anyway, all of that is to say, they probably could get away with creating, like, more dynamic flags with unions. I think they could do that, and that would be pretty cool. I'm kind of a sucker for, like, name changes, flag changes, that kind of thing. Like, you know how disappointed I was to find out that when you're playing Total Warhammer 3, and you're playing, like, Grand Cathay, one of those factions, you don't ever actually form Grand Cathay? At least that's what chat told me on, Thursday's stream. Yeah, we do have a bunch of money, let's spend it. More iron? Yup, we'll take that. Never understand this. Highest income in Dublin. Okay. Show me Dublin then. Yeah, that's what I thought. What's the Dublin market, bro? Wait, no, that was Gunsmith and Dublin. I look inside. I can't even build in Dublin, which I assume is Dublin. But I can build it. Okay, so why would you even give me the 0.45 on this list? Why would you bring it to the top if you know that by my filters I wouldn't build it? Can we not filter by owned locations for these? Because if not, this is a little bit frustrating. Because it's like, oh, we can build horses for 0.68. It's at the top of the list. Let's click on it. Where can we build it? In Bordeaux. Oh, but am I gonna build it in Bordeaux? No, because I don't own it. What are we doing? There's no way to filter like, hey, please don't put this here if I'm not building it in my own location. Yeah, everything makes infinite money if you build it anywhere else. Okay. Well, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna keep on building tools. That's what we're gonna do. And we might actually, let me double check something. We are kind of running out of building slots here. Could turn that into a city. Yeah, maybe we do that. I take Poland, Bohemia, and Austria as Hungary only for the flag change. Wonder how far flag envy went IRL. Do you think kings ever warred with each other for better flags and crests? I'm sure it happened at least once. Like, usually if you have to ask, hey, did this thing that sounds really dumb, did that happen in history? The answer is usually probably at least once or twice. Oh, you know what I didn't do? This is why they took it back last time. I forgot to turn that on. My bad. Yeah, Poland, do you want to pay me? Yes, you do, thank you. Actually, why? You don't even have 10 war score. Okay, well, I'm not going to question it. Please break your alliance with Hungary. You don't have an alliance with Hungary. Okay. Do that then. And maybe that. Actually, no, I'm gonna take maps from you. I don't even know why you have these, but they're mine now. Well... yeah. I like how taking a map in a war doesn't cost you antagonism, but stealing maps does. Fascinating. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Wait, what? The claimant to the throne is already the ruler? What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. What am I doing all this for? Wait, would this have just not created a union? What was I doing all this for? Sometimes they do that. Okay, I thought I was putting my king in charge of Hungary. Who is this guy? Who are you? Look at the stats. I mean, his stats do suck. This entire time, though, I thought I was installing my king. Turns out it was just like some dude. Our ruler's third cousin. Why did I even get the claimed throne CB for this? Like, I wouldn't have even claimed the throne. Why did you give me the CB? What? The opportunity to install our preferred candidate is the... It's like CK3 now, where I'm installing some random dude onto the throne of this country. Like, okay. You do get the claim to put some distant cousins thrice removed on the throne of different countries. Okay. Alright. Well, we did that for nothing. That's cool. It's not like it was a horrible war. It's just like, man. That's great. That's cool. That is really cool. Okay, you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna liberate Bosnia. That's what I'm gonna do. Just cuz. Why does it even allow you to use that CB if he's already the king? Well, he wasn't the king. That's the thing. Like, I got the claim throne CB. I'm like, oh, I can put my guy as the king of Hungary? That's a great idea. I declare war, the options available, and then I guess in the last, like, 6 months... In the last, like, 6 months, this dude just becomes king. And he was the guy we were trying to put on the throne. But I didn't realize that because I thought it worked like I would get a personal union. And to be fair, they are right. Like, it is completely overpowered to be able to just create a personal union like that. But I didn't realize they had changed it. What about Herzegovina? I don't think I can release them. No, it's just Bosnia. And then I get war reps. Okay, man. Cool. Whatever. Okay, buddy. At least I get money, right? Alright, Cornwall's being integrated. We want to annex you. Only 5 years. Easy. We're gonna put a naval governor in London. It's gonna be perfect. And we're actually making money. Look at that. Real, actual income. In the year 1481. Yeah, that's the thing. So they said it's too overpowered. Okay? You're no longer allowed to just put yourself on the throne. Okay, sure. Reasonable. I can get behind that. Why does it cost me 300 antagonism then? I mean, you have the war reps, that's true. But they're not even that big. War reps from Hungary and Poland combined is like 52. Well, we don't have much antagonism. I guess we could go do things. Oh, actually, I know what to do, because my subjects are loyal now. We're gonna turn them Breton. That's what we're gonna do. Who wants to be Breton? I know you want to be Breton. You can be Breton. And you can be Breton. And you can be Breton. Congrats. What's Burgundy doing down in Old Burgundy? Being PU'd or something. What's wrong with you? Why are you... Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me. No. No. They joined the Holy Roman Empire? Why Why are you in the Holy Roman Empire? Pretty impressive expansion for the HRE, actually. Oh god, that's cursed. That's super cursed. Thanks for inspiring me to make a Bavaria run. It was pretty fun. I managed to make the HRE. Glad someone had fun on Bavaria. Man, that was such a rough stream. So I guess that means that they changed the HRE, right? Because if we declare war against Burgundy, it calls in Saxony, but Saxony calls in their allies. Which is the way it's supposed to be, by the way. But it wasn't like that during the Bavaria stream. So, good change. Okay, yeah, let's just see what we can build real quick. Maybe more lumber mills. We need infinite lumber. Never enough lumber. And then tools guilds. Time to take Galicia, I guess. Well, I think it's time for me to go to war against Aragon. Castile's looking pretty weak. Which is kind of funny, because I know what happened. Oh god, what's happening here? Kinda hate this. Well, anyway. So, I'm pretty sure Castile went to war against Mali. I guess on Portugal's behalf? I don't know. In any case, they went to war, and then I think they got their butts kicked in Mali. So now they lost, like, 60,000 levies. Fighting Mali. Do I have a follow-through on threat here? Of course I don't. Okay, well, we should go to war with Aragon. I think they have more Toulousian cores. Yeah, they do. Not really sure what I'm gonna do with Toulouse. They're gonna be a really big subject, but we'll get there when we get there. You plan to do a roads into Jerusalem run one day? Absolutely horrendous to achieve. Maybe. Yeah, I haven't really tried any of the... Are roads, like, do they count as... No, they're not like pirates, but do they get to do pirate things, maybe? I haven't tried any country like that yet. Malaria's no joke. Actually, if Toulouse has cores here, why don't I have a follow-through on Threat CB? Also, did you just ally Burgundy? What the hell, man? Okay, well. Having fun yet? Actually, yeah, we are now. Now that we don't have to worry about my subjects all being 100% disloyal. Now the ones that are disloyal because I've made them Breton. As it should be. Also, why is my guy permanently frowning? This is like the... Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. This is what my rulers look like. It's kind of given... Okay, anyway. So, we do want to go to war with Aragon. Ooh, I could get the destroy enemy CB. I do like that one. Yeah, let's not use the parliament for this. We shall destroy them. I like that better. I think Castile didn't have Burgundy as an ally. Wouldn't it be easier than Aragon then? Maybe. The answer is yes, and we actually do have claims on them. So, yeah. But before we do that, I will use this for a CB. Yeah, we'll pick this up, I guess. Hopefully we can get the CB real quick. I just want to annex this guy, because I forgot that, like, this isn't actually our subject. They've blended in quite well, but we don't actually own this. Oh, wait, maybe... Vassal of La Marche. Wait, we do own this? Well, now I'm just confused. It's a subject of a subject. Oh. I feel like that was somewhat recent. Because I'm pretty sure we did not have this. Oh. Okay, can I get a CB on Alba? I already have one. I already have everything that I need. Shoot. My lobster too buttery, my steak too juicy. I guess I wasted a parliament then. That's fine. Okay, yeah, so we do want to go to war to take this from Castile. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. Raise the army once more. Yeah, let's not touch that. We have some very legitimate claims on Bayonne. And no diplomats. Very impressive. Okay, we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that, and maybe that too. Can you explain how you're a great power already? I never seem to be able to get my great power score going. I would, but I actually don't think I did anything special. We'll take a look together and see if we can figure it out. Yeah, I guess you can have that, whatever. So great power scores 3. Why do I even have this? I have this because my navy is utterly cracked. I have a large population with decent control, a large tax base, a large regular army with a large army size, levy size, decent total trade capacity, even if I'm making like 0 ducats off of it. Bunch of subjects, embraced institutions, and kingdom country rank. I don't know what else to say. Wait, can't I also just threaten war? Right, I need a CB to threaten with first. I forgot. But even when you do threaten war, I think it just uses the CB now. Can you show control? Sure. Control is not as good as it could be, but it's not that bad. This is the capital. Of course, we have decent control along the coastline. This is why. We are 100 towards naval. We stacked it up a whole bunch. We also have harbor administration to help out with that. And then good maritime presence, of course, to get some decent control, even as far as Britain. This is a governor over here. And then that's kind of all there is to it. We have a fairly extensive road network. The point is, really, I think it's best for you to remain a small country for the most part. Like, it's 1482, and if you'll notice, we're not actually that big, you know? Yeah, governors are the new control mechanics. But you'll notice, like, the Kingdom of Brittany is not actually that large. Compared to Hungary's core territory, Castile's core territory, even Bulgaria's. How'd you beat France early? Well, we have a couple of streams that you can watch. Basically, you can steal... Well, you can attack their subjects if you become an appanage. You can say, hey France, I'm an appanage. I would like some special privileges, please. May I attack some of the other subjects? And they're like, okay, I guess so. So then you can start eating the other subjects around France. And so when you do that, you know, you start devouring France from within, and then you can start actually fighting for independence. Okay, now we're going to declare war against Castile. We have some good claims. We will go to war. Their ships are very menacing. They do have, I think, like 30 heavies or something, and I do not. That's okay, we don't really need to fight their heavies. We don't even need to cross the Pyrenees. We might be fine. But we should raise, maybe not all the levies. Maybe not those ones, they're fine. The question is, how do I stack these? Maybe we just have this army, but that's massive frontage. Let me move some of these matchlocks. Is everything a matchlock levy? I guess so. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna reduce the frontage here. That should be enough. Okay, so this is like the army for the most part. Are these all your cores? Yeah. For the most part. Hopefully I can get Aragon to give their cores back to Toulouse. That would be nice. Or, I do want them to break their alliance with Burgundy. It's just, it sucks so much that they joined the HRE. It's so cursed. It's not really as bad as the fact that they're in a union with the two Sicilies. That kind of sucks. Here, we'll split that. Ooh. Okay, maybe you should not be in charge of the army. That's okay. We'll get someone else in charge. You know, as well as I'm doing in this save, I have seen some pretty cracked saves before. Like, there was this one Navarra one, where I think I saw somebody had, like... They had a naval governor in, like, here, one in Constantinople, and one, I don't know. But it was like 1550, and I think they were playing Navarra or something. I mean, good for them. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know if I would want to do all that. It seems like it would be a hassle, you know? Let me see. I'm not gonna find that, it was like a month ago. Anyway. So apparently people are saying that the HRE actually does stuff now. Unfortunately, we're a little late into the campaign to see if the HRE is actually going to do things. I can ask to join the Empire. I mean, of course they're going to say no, but... It is interesting that they let Burgundy in, when it feels like Burgundy would also be disqualified. But, oh well. It is what it is. So how does this work now? You have the golden bull. Cool. I don't think they've actually gone through anything. Ooh. Yeah, a bunch of locations owned by non-HRE members in and outside of Germany. Members subjugated by foreign powers. Well, that's the thing, okay? Like, these guys joined. It's not even my fault that they're in the HRE. Okay. That's not true. It is my fault that they're in the HRE. And it is additionally also my fault that they're my subjects. But at the same time, skill issue. That's all I can say. Hello, Aragon. Where are you going? Lecture? Where is that? Wait, what? We'll arrive in Lecture. That's over here. And you're over here. No, wait. This army is in here. And they're going here. I love the way that the armies are rendered in this game. Because sometimes you genuinely have no idea. Goodbye, Aragon. Ooh. Look away, that might be a little too gory for stream. Ooh. That's tragic. That sucks, man. Run the numbers on that. How bad is that casualty ratio? Yeah, really putting the gone in Aragon. That sucks, man. What is that, like a... Let's see. A 50 times casualty ratio? That sucks, man. Imagine you're the Aragonese king and you just heard back from the report of that battle. And you're like, oh, it can't be that bad. We sent in 24,000 troops against their 34,000 or whatever. Tell me, how did this go? How badly did we lose? And you just have to be the guy that breaks that news. You gotta be like, my liege. We lost everyone in that battle. We lost every single person in that battle. How many casualties did we inflict? Less than 500. Oh, hello. More fodder. Thank you. I really should not be sieging this. Well, we'll see what happens. Oops, didn't see you there, my bad. Don't worry, we'll see you in heaven. Actually, I don't feel like ransoming or executing these troops or bribing them. So actually, you're gonna go back to the capital as prisoners of war. It is interesting that we actually have like a prisoners of war mechanic in this game. But every button you can press with it, except for like sell into slavery, kinda sucks. Well, the mercenary one is... it's alright sometimes. Someone mentioned this a really long time ago, and I forgot about it. But yes, we do need to finish building wharfs. And we need... hello? Okay. Yeah, docks. That's what I'm thinking of. Docks and... right, my bad. Harbor. And, what are they called? Coastal forts? Yeah. Wish they would add to a small ticking war score. Something like that, yeah. Like, I feel like there should be a reason to keep them around. I think keeping them as prisoners of war should do something. I don't know if it does right now. I don't think it does. Oh, do we want to fight that? Maybe. We're losing a lot of people here. No we don't. No, we do not want to fight that. No, we don't. That is a -3, and they are all levies. We are not fighting that. We are going home. We're actually going to move this army over, because we're going to have the same thing happen here. Probably. Bro, where are you going? Are you retreating north? How are you... where? Where do you think you're retreating to? Oh, never mind. No, we can't upgrade those. But I should build more of them, actually. Is that 31 galleys? Okay, so where are you going? To Gironde? Where's that? Is this that? Yes, it is. Okay. That makes more sense. Oh, never mind. Someone wants to get stack wiped. Hi, Hannibal. You like the way I've renovated around here? I think you'll be pleased to hear that we've made the British Isles a little bit more Breton than usual. Been making some good progress on that. Actually, it's interesting that we have a bunch of Bretons in Italy. I think that's because you automatically move a couple of people over to your trade markets or your foreign buildings. So how many Bretons do we have in here? Okay, technically we have 0, I guess. Oh, please don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. Please don't. We're losing so many people. I should not have fought this. Why did I think I should fight this? That was a horrible idea. Well, you live and you learn, I guess. We've lost so much artillery there. How many people do you have left? 23,000? Okay. So we're gonna send this army back to repair a little bit. You're gonna stay and siege that. Hey Corbett, love your vids. Will you do more Anbanar content once the new update drops? Absolutely, yeah. Well, I'm kind of already doing more Anbanar content. Update's not even out yet. The position that I'm in when it's like, oh, do I want to make more Anbanar content or am I gonna focus on EU5 really depends on the state that EU5 is in. One of the big motivators for me to actually do the Harpy video and then, you know, the one that's releasing tomorrow. Hold on, let me get something to drink. One of the main motivations is that EU5 kind of stopped being fun for me to play a little bit. And then of course we got the beta. And the beta's been a lot more fun, but also it kind of... It doesn't brick your runs necessarily. It doesn't completely destroy them, but... you can never really know what's going to happen during the beta, so I don't really want to make any videos on it. Okay, let's see if we can wait one more month and then go back in here. Ooh, that's something. That's a professional army. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, that's a -3, -2. That's not great. That's a professional army. I do not really want to fight that. Dude, even with the 7, look at this. We're getting cooked with a 7-1. I am not fighting this. We are leaving. Let me out. The real reason is because you love harpies. It's fine, we all do. Alright, man. The slander is eternal, it seems. I feel like they went way overboard with the simulation aspect in EU5. EU4 is more gamey, if that makes sense. That's true, but it's also kind of one of the reasons I like EU5. I might be on the record at some point saying, if EU5 is just EU4 2, I'm probably not gonna like it very much. Because we already have EU4. But because EU5 is more of like a simulator, I'm like, okay. Hold on a second. We might be cooking now. Like, I do like EU4, but I think over time, my preference has kind of shifted into, I would really like to see history simulated, more so than like history acted out. You know what I mean? I just miss mission trees and all the nice buffs. I think they could get away with still having something kind of like that. Although I don't think they're going to go with mission trees. They might. But I think if they do mission trees, it's going to be like a very similar situation as with EU4, where they didn't really make mission trees until like 6 years into the game's lifespan. When were the first mission trees? Cradle of Civilization? And when was that? Okay, maybe it was like 4 years, but you know, that was like 2017 or something, I think. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do eventually decide to make mission trees, but like in 4 years. Common Sense, that was the... Really? Common Sense is when they made the first mission trees? That doesn't sound right. Hold on. They added an update to missions, but the missions were not the mission trees. It was Rule Britannia. Nah, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. No, surely not. Oh yeah, what do you know? Free features, reworked old mission system to mission trees. What do they... Oh, maybe Cradle of Civilizations when they added professionalism. Yeah, they did add professionalism in there. Rule Britannia was the first mission tree thing? Okay, so it was even later then. So it took them like 5 years to actually make mission trees for EU4. I would not expect mission trees for EU5 for quite some time. Especially because I think the way that they want to convey narrative content like that is through situations. The problem is that situations are, excuse the pun, situational. They're not as like universal as mission trees. Because mission trees, you know, they'll be there when you're ready for them. You'll get around to them. You know, the mission's not going to disappear. The missions will still be there when you're ready to complete them. But with the situations, the problem is that, like, you get a situation, it happens, it lasts, like, I don't know, 30 years, and then you have to wait a bit for another situation. Especially, like, the ones that are specific to countries or regions. I think if they add, like, a lot more situations, then you could get something that kind of feels like mission trees. But still not quite. Still not quite, because there's something about mission trees that really guides the player in a particular direction that I think situations can only really do in a short-term way. Yeah, the code is already there for missions, in the way where, you know, they have the tutorial ones. Let me actually take a look at what I can take here. Actually, instead of taking things, I want you to return things to Gascony. I am not allowed to do that. Okay. Now you can return things to Gascony. That was weird. I'll take that. We'll take this. And this. Well, Aragon's going to be a separate piece. I don't really want to take stuff from them, but I wouldn't mind breaking their alliance with Castile. And Portugal and Burgundy. Just isolate them a little bit. Don't you want Aragon to return lands to Toulouse? I do, but it's gonna be kind of expensive to do it in this war, I think. Well, let's see what we can do. Oh, you know what? It's actually not that expensive. We'll see what we can do with this. Situations are just boring, most of them don't do anything interesting. Well, I think situations are meant to be on a spectrum of interesting to just something that actually happened and is annoying to deal with. So for example, the little Ice Age, it's useless in the sense where, like, maybe it's not, you know, a buff or like a huge interaction with a bunch of countries, but it is still like a part of the historical simulator that provides, well, sometimes provides like a late mid-ish game challenge, mid to late game. It's almost kind of like the Black Death, where it's sort of like just make sure that you make it out the best compared to every other country. Please don't attack me, Castile. Please don't do this. They're sitting there menacingly. Please, Castile. Please. These are just peasants. These are just poor sons and fathers doing their duty for their country, please. They are so cooked. They are so cooked. Alright, run away, lads. Live to fight another day, run! How does China look in your game? No idea, but I think Wu is in charge. There we go. Please, Castile. Please don't do this to me. Hold on. Wait a minute. Did not notice the -2 there. Oh, we're fine. Okay, you're gonna siege that for me. Are you locked in here? I guess so. Actually, as for the point about the Colombian exchange, I actually agree with you with the fact that, like, they need to do a lot more with that. I know they gave the justification for it being later. They said, like, oh, well, there are just too many situations in the earlier ages. I disagree. I think I disagree vehemently, actually. I would love to see the Colombian exchange hit around, like, I don't know, 1520 or something, maybe even earlier than that. 1510, maybe. It would be great to be able to go to the Caribbean and, like, plant sugar. I think that would be good. I think it would be like a great early game colonization motivator to be able to make some money. I mean, I would love to see colonization pretty much completely reworked at some point. Like, I guess it's fine for now, but I would like to see some more, like, independent, rather autonomous actions for colonies. Like, maybe some people from your population just want to make the trip across. Maybe they're like, hey, do we have your permission to set up a colony? And you're like, alright, I guess so, good luck. And then maybe it fails, maybe it succeeds, I don't know. This is looking kind of bad. Yep, you're moving into here. That's fine. I do like the automation idea. Yeah, and the thing is, like, we have an automation system for colonization if you really want it to be automated. But I feel like rather than having it be like the game takes control over some aspect of gameplay, instead like integrated into its own system. Or you could like, you know, grant a charter for a particular location to say like, yeah, you guys can go ahead and colonize this if you really want. But, you know, like your colonies have to be in these regions. And I think it would be nice if you could have the colonies start off as like their own independent small entities. Well, okay, this depends because it varies by like which colonial power in history we're talking about. Like, for example, the 13 colonies in EU5, like, they would only exist as like a single colonial subject. But what if you could actually make them 13 colonies? Like, you can do that right now, but the AI's probably not going to do that. It's just going to make the one colonial subject that they might call the 13 colonies or something. Or like the colony of America. Or also, I really like the idea of maybe being able to merge colonial subjects. Like, I think it would be neat if, one, you colonize an area, then 2, it creates a little colonial subject, and then 3, you make a few colonial subjects, and then you're like, hey, do you guys want to confederate into, like, one larger subject? And then also in, like, the early game, when you have these little colonial subjects, they can, like, squabble with each other over territories and stuff. You can take, like, one side to upset one colony. If you have to make colonies, I don't get the mechanics for exploration. They're not too crazy, so all you really have to do is... Well, you get to choose. You can either right-click, start preparing an exploration, or you can go into, this menu. Nope. This menu. And pick one of these things. Right, so let's say we want to explore here. Prepare an explanation or an exploration. Click on some area that you can start exploring from, right? Put it down like that. You choose some guy to be the explorer, right? So we'll go with this guy. He has some pretty good stats. You can see the stats decrease some things, so the cost, prep time, progress. Click OK. He's going to prepare the expedition. It'll take like a while, 230 days or whatever. And then he'll set out and start exploring. And then eventually he'll finish exploring, and you'll reveal that part of the map. I actually don't like the way that system works, but that's the way it works. And then same tab, you go over here to colonies, create colonial charter. I think we can actually make one in here. I don't know why I'm allowed to make one there, that's weird. But yeah, create a colonial charter. This allows pops to start moving over, so I guess we're gonna create a colony over here. And how many people are moving over? Plus 0, we just have to wait a month probably. But we'll see. Didn't know you could set explorations with right click. Exploration must have been the most tedious job. Ooh, that's crazy. Anyway, yeah, that's you've been doing the equivalent of like moving your ships in EU4 to explore coastline. Like you've been doing the equivalent of like the old EU4 exploration, where you had to take some ships with an explorer and just move them into territory manually. But anyway, I would really like to see something closer to like EU4's exploration, where instead of having to spend like an absurd amount of money to explore, it should be relatively easy for you to explore coastlines just by like setting up a route. Like, hey, please explore the coast of West Africa. And then, you get to map the coast of West Africa. But everything inland is much more difficult. I would like to see that. Where the coasts aren't too bad, but inland is a lot more difficult. So it makes it easier to map out the coast, but harder to map out internal areas. I don't know how they would do that, but I would like to see it. Now, I think we've just gotten deep sea exploration. So, speaking of which, we're going to... Yeah, we'll go over here. We're going to explore towards the Caribbean. Talking about the situation system again, I don't get how after you humiliate the nation, they're a colony of, they don't just become less loyal. Almost like they're devoted to the cause. Honestly, I don't even know. Unfortunately, I haven't really played that far into EU5 at all, actually. I don't think I've ever actually played until the Age of Revolutions. Every time I play this game, it's either to stream or record, really, so... Last I heard, though, like, everyone became super disloyal in the Age of Revolutions, and it was, like, maybe a bit much. But I don't know how it is now. Now we're going. How are we feeling? Minus 33? Okay, we'll wait a little bit. Minus 16. Can we siege this? Oh yeah, how's this going? There might be malaria here, which might make it hard to actually colonize, but are we moving people in here? Yeah, we're getting some people to move in here. Okay. I think they still get the minus 30 malice. Become extremely disloyal, but it happens. It appears to only be an issue for the player. Ooh. We had to see an independence movement that's not scripted. Oh, new king. Yeah, it seems like, oh, we left the marriage union. Oh, right, that's because she's still a queen. Oh, that makes sense. You can have that. I think when it comes to a lot of the late game stuff, let me drink some water. When it comes to the late game stuff, I think it's gonna take them kind of a while to get around to that, maybe. I think there's still quite a lot of stuff in the early game that they want to balance. And so if they decide to change things in the late game and then change things in the early game, then like maybe that's not great. Okay, so out of curiosity, we have a claim thrown CB against Portugal. So I have to ask, who is my preferred candidate? Like, I have the CB, how do I know who the preferred candidate is? Here we go. To install our ruler's daughter onto the throne of Portugal. That could be pretty good, actually. That could be pretty good. Unfortunately, we are at war. This is my first EU game, and I find it interesting that the only time I have fun is when I don't play in Europe. I mean, that's actually not too surprising. I had a very similar feeling. I mean, it's kind of a mix of... What the hell is this? Anyway, kind of a mix of the HRE wasn't that great. Colonization doesn't feel that great to play with. Yeah. Unless you're playing Byzantium. Byzantium, I think, from what I've heard, is a really good experience. You big Bohemia? Could be worse. We've definitely seen worse Bohemias. Aragon, please just give up, man. Like, come on. I'm not asking for much, just like break a few alliances. Give some cores back. Weren't we at -6 with Aragon? What is this? Oh, never mind. I guess we just had a battle going on. Okay, no, that's good. That's fine. So Aragon... Treaties, cores go back to Toulouse. Money? How about war reps? No, that's fine. We'll just ask for money. Can't really be bothered to keep on fighting them. Alright, we can go here to fix this, I think. A steel, we want this. It would be nice to actually cross the Pyrenees. I know I said like, oh, we don't really need to invade Spain or anything, but I might. Siam is a really funny adventure. I did actually play them, but I got really annoyed at Forever War with the Khmer Empire. Because, you know, I fought them, released a subject, enforced culture on that subject. They had rebels, dragged me into war against Khmer. Of course, we didn't get anything out of that war. Because of course we didn't, even if you win. Oh, hold on. I had a little crash. My VTuber app. There we go, we're good. But anyway, I got really annoyed. So I stopped playing that campaign. Portugal will leave? Sure. Please give up, Castile. I'm not even asking for much. We have a battle going on? Like, why are you like this? I like playing multicultural, so forcing culture is something I do just occasionally, but yeah, I getcha. The thing is, like, you don't even really have to enforce culture to have this problem. You can literally create a subject that is one culture, and then give them some territory of another culture. Then the territory of that other culture revolts. Drags in the main country of that culture. And then you have to fight them. Hello, Castile, please give up. You can just slow down by 1 to get a lot less lag? Wait, what? It's fine. Okay, I might be like slightly too lazy to continue fighting Castile. Oh, but I have to give you so much. Never mind, I'm not doing that. I'm lazy, but not that lazy. Give me that. Castile, please do not destroy my navy. Please, Castile, please do not destroy my navy. I just want to deliver food. It's a little food delivery. Uber Eats for the soldiers. I actually forgot that I have to leave in like 15 minutes. Oh, they did fight me, but we were fine. Brittany won. How did we win that? Sure, okay. Castile. Castile, please give up. Please, Castile. Please. Castile, please. Castile, please. Oh, that's not giving up. Okay, never mind. I give up. you can keep some things. That's fine. Okay, fine. This will be the peace deal. I don't really want to fight them anymore. That's cool. Yep, that's what I wanted. So, we're gonna create Navarra. And you are going to be a vassal, because apparently we should not be creating infinite fiefdoms. You learned that lesson once. Okay, you can have this. And you can have that. Isn't that nice? Okay, we turn that down, we turn that down. and the economy should kind of recover. Okay, Toulouse is pretty big, and I think we're actually really close to annexing London. Speaking of countries to annex, we could maybe try to go after Picardy. 1495. Did I turn you Breton yet? Yes, you are Breton. Okay, perfect. I think what I'll do is probably... Well, I know I want to move the governor from here into Paris. So Valois is going to be a subject I will integrate at some point. We'll enforce your culture. Similarly, I'm going to have a naval governor in London. So you should be Breton. And you should be Breton, I think. And then maybe you should also be Breton, just for fun. And then you can also be Breton. Or not. Can you be Breton? Okay. Okay, that was a solid stream. We didn't actually get that much expansion done, but I mean, considering last stream, you couldn't really expect too much expansion. We did get a lot done here. Let's see. I think we played like 40 years or something. Let me check. Shocking for a Corbett stream. 40 whole years of gameplay. Let's see. Yeah, because this is from today. 21st of February. This is from the 17th. So from 1446 to 1486. A clean 40 years of gameplay. Where we got like half of Scotland. You know, this stuff down here. Mostly it was about consolidating our previous gains. Yeah, we can show the culture map mode before we go. Things are looking pretty Breton for the most part. Almost 4 million Breton pops now beginning to infect the English mainland. Slowly but surely, everyone is becoming Breton. I wonder what you even create. Because you can unify culture groups, right? So, like, do you create the Celtic culture? I guess. If you unify your culture groups. I suppose. I think at some point we also need to convert the Pale, because I think they're still Anglo-Irish. Oh no, they're Breton. Okay. You don't seem very Breton to me. There's some in there. We'll see about that. Yeah, I think it would be pretty cool if, like, we keep Ireland as mostly Irish, we convert English culture to Breton, and Northumbrian as well, we turn that Breton. And then maybe we keep Highland in Scotland, and then at some point we unify our culture group to create the Celtic culture. I think that would be neat. But anyway, we're gonna call it for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hold on. There we go. I should close the game real quick. Did I save? Yes, I did. Okay. Heck, I just got here. Sorry. It has been quite the long stream, and I do have to leave in like 10 minutes. And well, I guess I don't technically have to. I should leave in the next like 30 minutes. But yeah, I have to eat dinner still before I leave, so, you know, got things I should probably do. But yeah, thank you very much everyone for being here. I will see you in spirit tomorrow, maybe somewhat early. I think it might be pretty early that I have that video set to release. Let me just double check that. There is the Harpy video. That's gonna come out tomorrow. And I think that is going to be at like 9 a.m.? 7 a.m. Bright and early. For Europeans, that's like 12. Like midday. So look forward to that. But as for the stream schedule, I'm not too sure what next week is looking like. It's possible that we might have a couple fewer streams as I try to finish up the Harpy run for Enbanar. So I am working on the third part for that. Spoilers, I guess. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But once again, thanks for being here. Hope you had a great time. And if you are new here, which some of you might be, who knows, then subscribing would be a really good way to make sure you don't miss tomorrow's video or when the next stream happens. Yeah, that's about it. I will put on my outro music real quick, and I'm gonna see if anybody is streaming on YouTube to see if we can do a YouTube raid. Let's see here. Let's see if we can do a quick little redirect. Is anybody streaming? No, nobody is. Okay, I will see you guys in spirit tomorrow or sometime next week in a stream. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And good night.